Not sure where Cakez is. I am on my way. Hello. Remember seeing this game earlier on YouTube Shorts? Crazy how it blew up. Lol, congrats. Yeah, congrats to the devs, really. We're gonna talk to one of them today. Yo, Cakez. Hello there, Mr. Magetsap. Good morning. Is the stream starting soon? Yeah. Hello. Good morning. Hello, guys. Oh my god, yeah. I have been working a little bit off stream. Didn't turn out to be that great though. Not gonna lie. Not sure what this is. This is a blockage. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Yes, today we're going to be talking to the one of the developers, not the one of the developers. There are two devs of So We Have an Org Problem. This is the game right here. And for those of you who just came in, we're gonna wait a bit for people to come in, but we're gonna talk to one of the devs of this. Why are you lagging? Of this game, right? Why is it lagging? Don't lag. So that's not the game lagging, that's my browser lagging. That's Firefox. The game's not lagging. That's the point of the game, that it doesn't lag. We're gonna talk to one of the devs of this game. Very, very crazy successful indie game. And the source of my pain lately. Because I learned compute shaders because of these guys. So it's their fault, actually. Yeah. It's not my fault that I'm struggling right now. It's not that I made the decision to learn this. No, it's their fault. Of course. Right? That's how that works. What's with your eye? Yeah, let's... like, I injured this on soccer 2 days ago. Football. My wife hit me because I didn't score a goal. It's like... Ish. I talked back to my wife and she was like... What? Boom. Did you fix the movement? It looks good now. Now that's the same movement that I had on the CPU. It's movement on the CPU right now. I have implemented hotcode reloading and I started instead. Which is bad because it behaves differently. So I don't know if you make jokes like these on Twitch, bro. Better be careful, bro. What you talking about, man? Like, this is a joke. Clearly a joke. If you can't make joke like this, then what is the world come to, huh? What has the world come to? If you can't make jokes like this, can you not enjoy life anymore? How's your eye feeling too? It's feeling great. It's a little thick still, but it's feeling great. I don't have I only have a little pain if I pressure it, right? And the only reason why that hurts a little bit is because there's blood in there and you push the blood to the sides, of course. Slow progress is family violence, yeah. She told me to you know, how do you say that? Get things going because it took so long for me to get the movement code running. By the way, guys, why is this a perfect line? I just don't understand, man.
Hello.
I watched the video, by the way, guys. Where is it? Hold up. It's not here. I watched this video, by the way, and I'm telling you, Sebastian, fluid. I got stuck, let's say that. There's a lot more to it than I thought, you know. And I don't know if this is the right approach, but we were like, this is where I got stuck. I was like, huh? Your eye's worse, Cakez? Didn't you tell her to hit the other one? No, the eyes only looks worse, but it is better because the blood is now drying. Skeletons have become less transparent, looks like progress. No, the reason why they're less transparent is because they're drawn differently. They're drawn from the CPU, not from within the compute shader. Can someone explain me this right here? What? Nice arrows, Flowfield, yeah. How did you get punched? I didn't get punched. It happened on football. Someone's ass flew on my head. We're gonna be talking to one of the devs of Serbia Have an Orc Problem today, guys, okay? I'm just waiting for people to come in. We played the game too, if you guys remember. Really fun game. I really like the concept of these towers. What I really liked about these towers is how much customizability you could give them. It feels a lot more customizable than a traditional tower defense game because of that. It's a simple concept, but it adds a lot. I think the game wouldn't be as successful if that concept wasn't part of it. But maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. We need another Dyson, not some stupid GPU. Punch noises. Can I see your desk? No, you cannot, because that'd be too much work for me to set up right now. Why? It's just a desk. It's just a white desk. Büro, Schreibtisch. 100 Euro. Oder so. Oder 50. What are you drinking? This is an energy drink. Sugar free. I have coffee today, guys. I made filter coffee at home and I took the coffee with me. Sponsored segment? Nah. Red Bull? Nah. I don't think I would be confident advertising Red Bull because of the... what is it? Was it in there, guys? There is this energy thing in there, right? That's not that good. Caffeine? This energy thing in there isn't that great, isn't it? Or was that Monster? Which one of the energy drinks was bad? Was it Monster or both? Let me just check. If the YouTube stream's running, should be running. Takes a bit of time here. Okay, it is. Black Eye? Caffeine is what's good for you. Coffee is good for you. Yeah, no, energy drinks are bad. Yeah, but why are energy drinks bad, guys? What is the issue? It's gotta be the caffeine, right? The caffeine? What is the issue? Add a screen text, yeah. I guess. True.
A.
Are you thinking about taurine? I have no idea, bro. I literally don't know. Taurine? I have no idea. What is taurine? Mostly the sugar leads to heart problems because it's a disconnect with taurine and caffeine. It's a disconnect. What do you mean by that? Yo, Cod Mod, thank you very much for following. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. Yo, guys, you liked the video a lot. I like that. Glad you liked it. The rendering video of Kingdom. I would love to make that game, or like to learn how to render such a game. I'd love that. Would be cool. They usually have too much sodium, sugar, caffeine, probably other stuff that's not good for your body. But isn't caffeine supposed to be good? This video.
No.
Haze underscore just subscribe.
Looking good. Glad you liked the video, guys. Makes me happy. 100% of you liked the video. Now that I talked about it, pretty sure some people will go dislike it. But anyways, thank you. Appreciate it. Tells me I should do more of this, huh? Maybe we can go and do a deep dive of this game too. You know, in terms of rendering. But it's a little bit more complicated, guys. I've seen the render doc, okay? I can flash you with some render docs here. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on. This is not a simple frame, okay? So, yeah. What's up, tough guy? I was fighting 5 guys on the streets and one of them accidentally managed to hit me, but I took 5 down. Yeah. 5 down and the rest ran. Once they saw my skills, they ran like cowards. They had no chance. That's what I figured. One was too easy. Yeah, it was a bit more, but they were scared to engage, yeah. Because they saw my skills. Hello, Nix. How you doing? Good morning. High concentrations of caffeine is not healthy, but caffeine is not unhealthy as it is. So you are saying that 0.03% caffeine in this drink is bad, and taurine is 0.4%. There's very little caffeine in this. My dear. No clue. But I was drinking a lot of coffee today as well. I have this bottle here, right? I put one. I got. It tastes a lot better. Filter coffee. Not gonna lie, guys. Oh my man, I forgot it. Like highs. Thank you very much for subscribing, man. Appreciate it. Twitch Prime for 30 months, bro. I appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you. 400 milligrams is a recommended intake. Red Bull. Okay, guys, I think we can now also do the... Oh, there we go. Yes, send message. Let's see. Did it send the message or not? Discord lagging? Send now. Very nice. Okay, also I add everyone on Discord. It was good until a mod ruined it. A mod ruined it? What? What do you mean? The pyramid. Guys, you complained about the pyramid? I thought there was something wrong, bro. I was like, uh-oh. 3 liters of coffee per day. No, I tried to stick to 1 cup at meals too, but I took a bit too much today. I don't know. I don't even know how much that is. On the coffee machine, it said 6 cups, but that's not 6 cups. There's 1 cup left in this, and I drank 2 of these. This is how much is in one of them. Did I drink 2 or 3? 2 or 3. How's your eye? Hello there, Terran. Hope you're doing good. My eye is good. It doesn't hurt. The black eye makes you see more interesting. Mysterious? Okay. I mean, yeah, I've been boxing since I was a little kid, man. I got hit this time, but, well, the guy was lucky. I won the fight KO after 2 minutes of battle. Why don't you use the chance to dress like a pirate? What do you mean pirate? You mean like a cap here?
Collector's Alt account just joined.
Glad to be back to my favorite Vulcan and Godot stream. Please keep your functions shorter than 5 lines.
These fucking softwares! You know, guys, it's gonna be amazing once we solve this issue. And once we have something like this going, I'm telling you guys, it's gonna be amazing. The enemy floods will come. It looks worse today. It's just the color, but it's better for me. I'm in hospital waiting for operation. I think at Friday we'll be at home. Bro, I hope you're doing good, bro. Hope everything's fine. You made 1 million. Of course, you have the mark behind from the elite. Not yet. Not yet. And that's not what I get to keep. But that's what Steam shows at the top. Yeah, almost. Almost there. It's a little more. And if not, we get it by the daily deal. We're pretty sure we're getting the daily deal. I have to ask Steam for a daily deal soon, right? Is null exception here? It's been a while since he showed up. I scared him away. I scared him away because I was blaming his game. His AI game. See, guys? I told you I should have looked at the game. Now he's gone. It's all your fault because you wanted me to look at the game. And now I looked at the game. I told him what I thought. And now he's gone. See, it's all your fault. I shouldn't have done it. But no, here I am listening to chat. Like always. And it's the wrong decision. I should never listen to you guys. He's gone now. It's your fault. I hope you're proud of yourselves. Because he ain't coming back. Alright. I think we almost got enough people. Says the guy who did the chat to copy over code from CP. What you talking about? I did that all by myself. What you stupid? I didn't do that all by myself. That's not true. Someone provided me with a computer. Yeah, okay. But I could have gotten it all done. See, like, that's your problem, guys. You help me out. And then some other people say that I can't do anything on my own because you helped me. But that's not how it is. I managed to make an entire Vulkan engine even before I streamed. Even a 3D one. It's just some people are nice. Okay? You even thank the guy who helped spotting the bug. Oh, Malteris Gaming, how you doing? Freut mich, dein neues Projekt. Fand das Game von Laurin schon mega. Und There Billions ist auch heftig. Yeah, There Billions is amazing. Like, I want to be able to do that, but yeah, that's something for later. Let me just put this here. Crush it over there. I put a Steam-based AI ability video on your React suggestions. Thought you might find it. Thank you, I appreciate that, Nix. I saw that, yeah. Yeah, once I'm mostly done with the compute shader stuff, we'll be going back to this, to React as well. Will Laurin coming? Now. Let's see, let me write him. Hold up. Let me see here. Okay, hold up. Let me see. Ah, there we go. Nice. Okay, let me enable. There you go. Hello guys, so today we're going to be talking to Laurin, which is one of the developers of the game Sir, We Have an Orc Problem. Very awesome game, we played it before, and the cool thing about the game is not only that it can run a credible amount of enemies, up to 100,000, maybe even more at some points, at the same time, while running at like 30 FPS, at 60 FPS easily, and the game was only made in 4 months. So he's one of the developers. It's literally written in VK dispatch, or VK CMD dispatch. Basically, the game is running on the GPU. And it's only lagging because my computer is bad. It's Firefox, okay? Anyways, thank you very much for doing the interview, Mr. Laurin. I hope it's all going well. And yeah, let me just... I think we should start with you just introducing yourself, who you are, and how you got here to this point.
Hi. Nice to be here. Nice for inviting me to the stream. I will tell a bit about myself. I'm like 10 years now or something in game dev or game dev related. if you include the studies, like basic computer science studies, and then doing some internships and stuff. And yeah, 2 years ago, really precisely 2 years ago, we quit our jobs at the company we did before, where we ported PC and console games to mobile, and to start our own indie studio. And our first game was not like a flop. So right now, so it's Tiny Auto Knights. It's like an auto battler. It was okay. Tiny Auto
Tiny
Knights.
Auto
like,
Knights, yeah.
Tiny Auto, yeah. It's like an async multiplayer auto battler. It was okay. We did like, I think right now just around 70,000 on cross revenue, but with 3 people working full time for 1.5 years, and then you cut the Steam revenue, the Steam cut and everything. So it was not the biggest flop, but also not like working out like this. Yeah. And then we also parted from one of the developers because they wanted to do their own game.
Just a question.
Yeah.
You did everything
Yeah.
yourself for this game, or did you hire someone to do art or music, something like that?
No, for this one we also did everything ourselves, and this one is way more art heavy. So we picked, I think there's like 5 to 10 characters we got from an asset pack when we did the prototype, and the rest then we did in the same style. But I
Okay,
think the
hold up.
knight and the doctor and the lizards and so the basic character they are from an asset pack. And the music, I think we just downloaded somewhere like free license music.
Okay,
So,
just
yeah.
checking. Is the volume of him now okay, guys?
Oh, sorry.
30% louder? No, it's fine. I can
also
increase it.
Okay.
It's a little quiet. Okay, hold up. Just let me know. I'll be able to boost it a bit more.
I can also put the microphone a bit closer again because we had that before. That it was not loud enough.
Good.
Okay. I
Nice.
can see in the chat that it's better.
Yeah, so this game
yes.
took over a
So-
year for you guys, right?
Yeah, 1.5 more or less. So like a bit more than a year to develop until first release, and then 3-4 months for after release stuff like updates and so on. So yes, still a
And,
good game, I would say, but
It definitely looks good, and you can see here that you did get quite a few reviews, and there's still a couple of people playing, so stuff like this can definitely help. But I would assume that you guys had to have quite a lot of money saved up in order to make this and then also make the next, right?
we were living off of savings until now, because we also didn't make enough money from that game to pay us a salary. Yeah, so until now we didn't get anything actually back from the company, but I would say now we hopefully do.
Yeah, now you do. What you touched on, or what you, for me at least, glanced on earlier was that you guys were working at a company to port games to mobile phones, and that's where you learn to make games efficient, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, efficient, of course, because you have to put it in mobile, but also how to make like user interface working for touch only, how to actually release a game. I mean, they were already released. They were like somehow bigger games actually, like Wreckfest and Titan Quest we worked on. So they were kind of big games. But yeah, you learn how to release a game, and you learn that no matter how much QA and testing you do, something will fail when you release the game and all of that.
Because you have to market the game for mobile too. That's what you mean by releasing.
Yeah, but I mean, you just learn that it won't work out perfectly. You can do all the testing you want, but you release the game and suddenly 1,000 players will play it and something will break, but it's fine. You just patch it and people will be angry about it, and it's just good to release games for to not be that excited anymore. You just need to release more games to get in the mood of releasing games, or like that it's not just like this one big life-changing event or whatever. It's just your work, and something will fail.
So this is one of the games you ported, correct? Titan Quest?
Ported, yeah. Yeah, we didn't develop. I was just working on, we added the last DLC, Eternal Embers or something, and made like a new version or something, and I was mostly the time working at optimization. So I figured out pretty early that I just like to make things run fast and stuff like this. So that was I'm not like a good game designer or artist or whatever. I just like to make the things run fast. So very technical in that regard.
And so, and your friend who developed the game with you is then more of the gameplay designer?
Yeah, kinda. He's also not the biggest fan of game design, so we try to make like procedural games or something. Like Incremental is very forgiving in that sense, because you don't have to perfectly balance everything out. You just say, yeah, then just play more and it will get easier.
True. You can make the enemies
that's
too
very
strong.
helpful for the game design. But he's more like, just like making the game fun, I would say, and like make it work and somehow smooth and stuff like this, but not just pure game design or level designs. That's are like the points where we are not like really strong.
So whose idea was it then to make the turrets shoot in a radius based on distance?
That's just like coincidence, because we did all this GPU stuff, and in the beginning I thought like, well, yeah. So it was just like, okay, we move everything on the GPU, and the towers are actually not on the GPU. They just spawn bullets, and I don't have a good way to find out what enemy is the closest to my tower. So I just let them shoot in a direction, and they will, whenever they hit with physics calculation, then it's a hit. And that's it. It was never like a decision of like gameplay, but it was just technical. I didn't want to implement looking for the closest enemy. And then we had it in, and then it was like, well, that's actually fun. And it's different.
I mean, because it's also actually, I don't know how like deep we can go, but essentially it's also difficult to find the best target if you have a very high range, because then you have to loop over a bunch of enemies to determine that target, and that can be very slow.
Yeah, I mean, we implemented it then later for the Tesla tower, because this actually searches for the closest target, and then also when it jumps to the next one. But so in the end it worked out, but then we already had the other towers working like this, and it was good. But for the Tesla, we kind of needed to have it, and it worked out in the end. But I don't know if it would work if all the towers did it. Every frame to search for the closest enemy. And
I mean,
it's also that everything is like physics based, so all the bullets are physics based and so on. And if you target like an enemy and shoot, and the bullet takes some time to get there, and then it could be that someone else in that time would be pushed in the shooting line or whatever. So you would never have like this, that you can target the highest health enemy or whatever, because if someone is in front, they will catch the bullet.
That's the problem I had in my game. And you just, I think even in Bloons, you have the same issue, but it doesn't matter, because you have certain towers that can directly hit enemies without projectiles. Like there's the, what is it called? The sniper monkey, for example. He shoots without a bullet. Stuff like that. But exactly. You would have body blocking. We
thought about that too. And then also we thought about having like boss enemies and stuff, but it didn't really work with the other towers, because once you set a tower, they have like a fixed direction, and then if a boss is coming, they just shoot a few bullets at the boss and then it's gone. So it didn't really work out. Like we have it right now.
Clearly you didn't need it. Like the game, if I look at it, the game currently, I think you still have almost almost 2,000 players. You're reaching 3,000 a day, which actually I think it went up. I wonder why that is. Yeah, it actually went up.
Yeah, it's weekend.
Sunday. Oh yeah, true, Sunday. But yeah,
Always
really,
weekends.
really crazy. To give you guys an idea of how well the game's doing. Like it started at 7,000, but it's currently somewhat baselining. Obviously, at some point it'll go down, right? But that for a tower defense, that is really good. You know, not even games like Bloons in the beginning. I think they even had a little less in the beginning. Yeah. If you compare this, just the beginning portion, that's crazy for sure. Obviously, it's another time frame, but still. Better than Tangy. Yeah, I mean, that's not difficult to do. But yeah, very cool to see. And I'm like you said, you already told me you didn't really play many tower defense games. You're not that into tower defense games. I have to say that I really enjoyed the tower defense games. So this is one of those incremental games that gives you a choice. And I think that's one of the big reasons why you guys have been so successful. It doesn't feel like that the skill tree is lined out for me to have one path and one path only, and I'm just mindlessly picking up upgrades. But I can actually have... So, for example, I went for flamethrowers. And it took a while, but at some point, I made it work. Which is nice.
Yeah, so we took care that you cannot make like wrong decisions. Okay, some decisions may lead to that you need more rounds or to play a bit longer because they don't scale too well in the early game or mid game or whatever, but in the end you should be able to finish the game with whatever you do. That was important for us.
If you already talked about this, you have a background in game dev, right? And I saw your post.
Yeah.
Hold up, let me just figure out real quickly. I was opening. There we go. Does it move? Let me move it now. There we go. Just open the game so we can play a little bit because it makes it a bit easier. Check if that's not too loud. You guys let me know if this is too loud, okay? I think I make it a bit...
Yeah, sound is also not our strongest point.
Yeah, we actually talked about that. But it seems like that when you have a really good gameplay loop, then it doesn't really matter too much. And so maybe now you can talk a little bit about, you managed to make the game in 4 months. How did you do that? Because 4 months is very little amount of time.
We managed to do that by saying we want to make the game in 4 months, and this was the most important point for us. We said, like, we know from past experience that whenever you start to say like, oh, this feature would be nice and this, that you start to have scope creep and you will add more and you will never finish the game. So it was like, okay, no matter what happens with the games, we are gonna release it like end of July, beginning of August or something like that. And that's like the most important point we have, and we managed to do that. But we also cut out a lot of stuff that would have been nicer maybe. Or basically all the graphics you see, so like the gunners and mostly the towers, they were in like, okay, this is just for prototyping. This we will fix this all up later when we have like a more production ready thing. But we didn't. We said like, yeah, it's fine. Nobody complained in the playtest. Nobody complained in the demo. Of course, there are some people that say the game is like ugly or something.
Can I ask who made the art? Who made it? Was it you?
Oh, we did it ourselves. I think I did most of the towers and like the backgrounds. He did most of the icons. Yeah. I mean, also the currencies you have in the top left, the blue, orange, and pink.
These are not pixel art.
Like. Yeah, this was just like in the first few days, just, we need like different currencies. Yeah, make one blue and one orange and one pink, and then they look different and make different shapes, and that's it. It was never, so most of the decisions we made were never like, oh, this will sell better, or this is how it needs to be done, and we never really iterated much over it. It was just, we put it in because we needed something, and then it was good enough, and we kept with good enough for most of the stuff.
That's something I need to learn.
Yeah, first you need to make
because
it work.
Yeah, you guys, like for example, this is a pixel art, then we have non-pixel art, also some non-pixel art font, but it just works because the game's so fun. And like, how did you then write that all down? Did you like write down, okay, so that's what we need minimum to stick to a plan, like a game design document or some to-do list or something? How did you do that?
So we had this technology of the GPU physics. It was meant for another game. So I wanted to make like a game where you build like a bunker in 2D simulated terrain, and then you, I don't know, enemies come and attack it, and you have, and the terrain is like destroyed by bombs and bullets and whatever, and you have to build up defenses, and that's where I started to do all of this stuff. But we never made it like, the prototype never went to get to be fun to play. And then we just say, you know what, let's just make a different game. We still think it's cool with the thousands or 100,000 circles and collision and stuff and physics and everything bounces
so
around.
You already had the 100,000 circles and collisions for the bunker game. It's like defend your base.
Yeah, it was like back then it was a bit more basic. It was just basic collisions and stuff, and we had like up to 1 million or something. But at some point you also see, okay, it doesn't make a big difference if you have 100,000 or 1 million units. Yeah, and then we just said, okay, we played Outhold shortly before. It's like an incremental tower defense game.
Good game, yeah.
But and we just said, yeah, we can do that. We just make this game, but with way more units.
Smart.
And let's just copy this for now. And at some point we added more stuff, more unique stuff, because we couldn't copy it one-to-one because some stuff just didn't. Like with the direction of the turrets.
Yeah.
That we added because we didn't manage to get it to work with our system. So we had that already, and then with the units, or that the waves in Outhold, you have waves to come, and you can fast forward a wave to get extra resources and something. Yeah, actually in the beginning, I think for the first 1-2 weeks or something, this game was also, you started every round from empty, and you had to earn money like an Outhold in the round.
Yeah.
And then you have to build the towers step by step again, every time again.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. You cut that out.
Yeah, and then we cut it out and said like, that's because most of the time you make the same build, and then you just have to do it again and again every time. And it was just so that if you have built something up like your strategy, then it was fun, but the building up part to it every time again, every minute again, building up the map and placing the towers at 90% the same spots was not fun. So we said like that just
because you have to like you don't just click and then the tower is spawned. You have to click and then hold and drag, and I think that's why it's too many actions.
So that just worked better than with the incremental system we already had kinda in place, and then we just kept it like this. So that, and at some point then, I mean, we noticed that we have some physics stuff in the game, and then we built the mortar that actually pushes them around and stuff, and it felt different already.
Yeah, that was good enough, right? That was different enough. So basically, to recap, Outhold as a base, do what Outhold does, but we just spawn 10x, 20x enemies. And,
yeah, it was just like,
from there.
That's a game that is successful, that is fun. We start with copying it, and at some point we will split away from it.
Yeah, for anyone that's wondering, most of you guys know, but this is the original game that we was talking about, Outhold. It's a 2D tower defense game, top-down, incremental as well. And the idea is that you lose most of the time. You collect the gold, you lose most of the time, but then you upgrade your towers and you obviously get further. And I really don't know why this keeps lagging. It's a bit annoying. But yeah, that's essentially the idea of the game. And we played it too. It's a really fun game. It's a very successful incremental game too. But then they took this idea and they iterated over it and made it, I would say, more fun. It's more fun than Outhold, in my opinion. and the
Can't
game
say
was
anything
successful.
about that.
I think
That's
more
true,
fun,
but
yeah.
it's hard for me to. I don't like to play it anymore. I'm not sure if you have that also with your own games, but it's very hard for me to play their own game because I always see like, oh, that's not working, and here it's not working, so I haven't played it since release.
Yeah, no, I have the same. Like, I used to play my game a lot, but then at some point, obviously, you have played it all, and you need more new content.
While testing and while developing, you play it a lot, but once it's finished, it's really hard to play your own game again.
Yeah, awesome. So basically, that's essentially how it went down. And then I saw that you guys went with Godot and compute shaders, and that meant you couldn't do a web build. And I'm pretty sure you know about itch.io and stuff like that. So
yeah, sure.
I think I wanted to talk a little bit about since you made this game in such a short time frame. You obviously, and I saw this for anyone that's wondering, like, how can you go from, okay, I have a prototype, how do I market the game, or how do I get the game on Steam? You made a Steam page and a playtest, but before that, you already had people interested in your game, right?
Right.
Because of marketing posts. Maybe you can take a look at some of those. Like, what did you do marketing-wise to get the game, to know that this was even a good idea?
So marketing is a bit like marketing, I would say, is like mostly about doing the right game at the right time. So, and we just tried out stuff, and there, for example, you can see in the time we did the prototype, also with the physics stuff, I just did my daily post. I just used my phone and filmed my screen. Really bad quality, everything, and I just every day I posted something just to post something, and then we noticed that some of those posts got a lot of views. I think this one has like 300,000 views or something. So that's like actually crazy. And then we thought like, okay, people seem to be interested in the game. Maybe we should actually make a Steam page, because people were already like begging to wishlist the game that we hadn't before. That people were asking us for the Steam page, and we don't have to force it down their throat.
I really need to sign in so I could look at this. So you made like a post a day. That is interesting. Like, would you post the same thing every day? Because you can't really share. Did you make so much progress each day that you could share something new every time?
Yeah, in the beginning, yes. I mean, there was like a new tower, then you change the sprite, then you make a new level or something, you change the color palette or whatever. And also, a lot of the most viewers are actually not followers. Most viewers, like over 50% with every successful video, were like new viewers that saw our channel for the first time. So it didn't really matter if we posted stuff that we already posted.
Ah, I see. So, okay, very interesting. So you don't even think it's a bad idea if you show the same, let's say, swarm of enemies in different videos, but with Tower X, Tower Y, as long as it looks cool.
I think, the thing is, you don't know, or no one really knows how the recommendation algorithm is working. It could be just that the first second decides if the video is going successful or not. So and I don't want to really go deep into that and analyze everything, like what is working, what is not. I'm just doing more videos, and then I see that some of them are working, some not. So
I see. So for the longest time I was against that, because you could just spam a bunch of slop. Like, I've seen a lot of people spam a lot of stuff, like, oh, my character can move now, or my character can go into a boat now, and then move around, and then they get like, I don't know, 10 views or something.
Yeah, I mean, you have to post something interesting. If you do post the most basic stuff that you basically make in a tutorial or something, then so you make your first game tutorial, you watch the tutorial, and then I can move my player now. Okay, nobody cares, because that's basically every game. You have to show something new or exciting, I think.
Okay, so basically, you kind of catch us. So, if I were to ask you directly, do you think your posts are successful because you have just such a ginormous amount of enemies and it looks cool when there's a bunch of explosions and
I would guess so, but I don't know, because there were also posts with a lot of enemies that didn't work out too well, or not as successful. They still had like a couple thousand views, but compared to the ones with over 100,000, I don't see any difference in quality or content or whatever. Some just go crazy and some don't, so you have to make more to increase the chances for this. That's
interesting.
I would just take it as like, okay, if I have a friend and I want to share them what I did in the game today, I just also film my screen or whatever. I don't care if it's professional or whatever. I'm just sharing what I did. I think that would be like a strategy, so to say.
That looks crazy, though.
That was
crazy.
the where it all really started. I mean, we had a good start. We made like on the first day when we made the Steam page like 900 wish lists, and then we managed to get like around 50 to 150 per day afterwards, which is crazy good. We were thinking like we were the kings of the world with 100 wish lists a day.
and
then we made
like how I gained 500,000 wish lists in one day.
And then we made like the playtest open, then we made this video, and at the same time I think we got a video of Idle Cup or something, and it was like the perfect storm, and then we got like 5,000 or 3,000 wishlists at one day, and then after that it never went below 500 or something until release. So we had like most of the days we had 1,000 to 2,000 wishlists a day. And that was super crazy.
Crazy, bro. That's insane. So that's something I wanted to ask you too. Since you decided to make compute shaders in Godot, and I asked a little bit around, you can't build that to the web. So you couldn't utilize itch.io as like a traffic source, which some people like to do. You probably know about this already, that some people like using this as a platform. And for you, the lifetime or the timeline of your project was you started making some posts about your game on all social media platforms, but the most successful one was Instagram, right?
I basically do it always on TikTok with my phone, because for me I know the editor to cut stuff and add music, and then TikTok automatically saves the edited video without a watermark, and then I just upload it on Instagram and YouTube, and I also just copy the title. I don't know if hashtags work on TikTok or Instagram or YouTube. I don't care. I just copy the title because I want to spend maximum like 10 to 15 minutes a day for social media. So
that is super
maybe
smart.
It could
so
be.
You grab out your phone, video, TikTok, upload, take the video, upload Instagram, upload YouTube, done. Tschüss.
Yeah, and I just put like one of the recommended songs. There are like some pop songs or whatever, and then maybe sometimes you're in the mood for heavy metal song, then you just search for heavy metal and you pick the first or second one, and then you say, okay, that's okay. I don't think too much about it. It's just you need to put something out, and better to make like 7 posts than one that is like perfect, because normally you don't know what's gonna be successful or good post. You just can't know that. Maybe some people know that, but they do that for a living. But I'm not doing social media for a living. I'm doing game dev for a living. I don't want to do social media for a living.
Yeah, smart. I remember stressing way too much over this and spending like 1 to 2 days on just one short and never really took off.
I did that too at the beginning.
Yeah, I think everyone or a lot of people make that mistake. So it also is the very net Megapunk dev spawned a bunch of copycats, which then maybe didn't take the best game ideas, but tried to edit the shorts, and I saw that a lot. And yeah, I really like your approach a lot. with just put out your phone, record your screen, and you can already see then if you have a good game idea, and then maybe then you can spend a little bit more time and record videos on your PC directly.
Or you just don't.
Yeah.
And I would also like emphasize that you should embrace the cringe. It's okay to make like in like a lot of videos. In the end, I'm just doing a thumbs up at the end of the video, like for 2 seconds or something. Not sure if in this.
I think you would have to link me one. Yeah. Maybe this one.
Maybe there. I don't know, or just like it was weird at the beginning for me to show my face or whatever, but in the end, no one cares. You are still like a nobody, and you just put out stuff, and people will get to know you or whatever, and that's you have to. We made a funny picture in our demo in the quit pop-up that says like, "Hey, that's us. That's Laurin and Stefan. Please wishlist our game. You would help us a lot." So, and it was like a cringe picture of us in like a pool or whatever, but it was just the picture we had at our hand right now. And this pop-up alone made us like 20,000 wishlists or something. Because people
you were using UTM source?
Yeah.
Link?
Because otherwise people just forget to wishlist the game.
Yeah.
You have to say to them, hey, you should, if you had fun, you should wishlist the game maybe.
So
because I know that for myself, I'm playing a demo or something, then I thought like, oh, that's fun. And then I'm just closing the game.
Yeah.
And in that moment, you're back in the Steam library, and in the Steam library, you don't have a possibility to directly wishlist the game. You have to go back to the store again.
That's
so
interesting.
Sometimes I would just forget to wishlist the game, even if I liked it.
Hold up, So you would definitely always put a pop-up on quitting, and maybe a button in the demo, but a pop-up for sure, like something.
Yeah.
Because let me just quickly, here we go. Yeah, you can't see it right now, but here on the bottom I had a Steam link. But most people ignore the links inside the build. When you quit, instead of just closing it. Oh, hold up,
yeah,
you didn't see it. Wait, let me just open up again. 1 sec. So I had a demo link right here.
Yeah.
But it's very tiny, and you would put it on the quit button, make a big pop-up in the middle. Thank you for playing. If you liked it, wishlist the game, and then quit.
Add some picture of yourself or your cat or whatever. Just something that people see. They are actually humans behind this. It's not
okay.
And that they have a connection to you or something. Or I don't know why it works, but it works for us, and that's why we kept it.
So you think the human picture, something like that, is like a multiplayer to? Okay, yeah.
I think so.
Okay. You writing that down, guys?
I think
that
so.
is important.
I actually shared you a screenshot of our UTMs.
Ah, cool.
I don't know
Thank
if
you.
You can show that, but there you can see how much better the quit pop-up was than everything else.
Oh my! You still have that today?
No, it's not in the full game anymore.
Ah, okay.
And
but
the
that
demo
was during
is
the
disabled.
demo time.
That was just playtest and demo. Yeah.
I don't know if I can show this, so I would just say some numbers. These guys had 37,000 trusted visits to their Steam page, and they got 19,000 wish lists from that, and 600 purchases from just that quit pop-up wishlist the game thing. And for those of you who want to know how that works, it is essentially what you do is in the game, you link your Steam page, and then you put a question mark, UTM source equals, and whatever you want to name it. That's the name at the end. You put that name at the end, and then you can go to Steam and show in your marketing page, you see where the traffic comes from. This is called UTM links. And then you can see how much or how valuable that link is. And for them, that was, the majority. Beats up everything.
And very important, you should use from the Steam API the function to open it in the Steam overlay, or not just in your browser. because when someone is playing a Steam game and then you open the Steam overlay, they are guaranteed to be logged in to Steam, and in the browser they might be not.
So was it Steam?
It's like
works?
something open with open overlay or something link overlay, or I don't know. We used Steam, Godot Steam.
Steam overlay documentation. Maybe here you can find it here
Yeah,
somewhere.
there's
Steam API.
There's like a
image.
function to open a link in the overlay. Activate game, yeah, something like this.
Yeah, it's gotta be here somewhere for sure. Interesting. So
Because-
you'd open the link inside, so it opens up Steam.
Yeah, you are already in the game, and then you just have the Steam overlay on top, and then it opens the overlay browser, and there you are logged into your Steam account, and then you can just wishlist it.
Smart, because in the web you are not logged in.
You are not guaranteed. I mean, probably a lot of people are also logged in their browser, but I think most not.
I'll write that down. I think that's something very important.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
So like it opens the normal Shift tab overlay,
Use
but
Steam
this is
API
just yeah.
to open overlay wishlist. Steam page. Yeah, so people are logged in, it's easier for them to wishlist. Smart, very smart. Yeah, that's like the iterations on this. Because so many people have this wishlist thing in there, but then yeah, in the browser they might not be logged in. And then it's removing as much friction from the player as possible. That's what it is about. Cool. Yeah, cool. So learn something. Cool, guys. Very nice. Okay, nice. And so that's how you marketed the game. And then you didn't need an itch page because you already had a lot of traction from all of the marketing efforts you were putting out on those multiple platforms. And that's how your playtest got so many players, because that's a lot of players for a playtest that you have to sign into, right?
Yeah, I think we had it like for 2 weeks or something. We said like, okay, we will make a playtest. Go to our Steam page and you can request access, and then you will get notified once the playtest is live. And then over those 2 weeks or something, we collected like 2,000 people that wanted to play the playtest. So we continued to make daily posts on social media and stuff. And then we planned to do like just a private playtest and like let 50 people a day in.
Mm-hmm.
But at like the second day we said, come on, fuck it. Just make it open, and then everybody at the same time came in, got access, and then we had like the 200 concurrent players. And then we got like a day or two after some YouTubers making videos. So we didn't reach out to any content creators until release. They all found it because, I don't know, they just browsing Steam or someone in their community recommended a game. I have no idea actually.
There too, yeah. Somehow.
Yeah. So I think
crazy.
the first big video was from Angry Tom from Yoxcast, and his channel, normally the videos on his channel are doing like 10 to 20,000 views. I think this is the full, but he did one for
Yeah, I think it's gotta be an older
for the
one,
playtest, and normally he does like 10 to 20,000 views on the videos. We took a look, and then this video randomly got up to 150,000 or something.
That's crazy.
And then we thought like, okay, this is crazy. And then like 2 days later, Idle Cup made a video, and then all the other ones. And we didn't do anything
And I
special
think
about
that's
it.
also a good indicator when you see other YouTubers make videos of your game, and these videos perform a lot better than the other videos. So that is a good indicator that the game's just really good. Would you agree?
So I would definitely agree, because people like to watch it also, and then the content creators are more likely to do more videos about it. And it's just like an endless cycle.
I'm trying to find it. Here it is. 10x fighting a lot of 120,000 org. Yeah, that's just crazy how many it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
So we
maybe
have no
because he was the
problem.
first one or whatever, and this game looked so much worse back then, and everything. Yeah. I don't know. I cannot explain why it worked or whatever, but so
I
we
think it's
definitely
the
had a
amount
lot of luck
enemies.
with that game too. I don't want to.
Yeah, I think it's
be
part of it
blind to
too.
that.
Luck, 100%. But I mean, gotta be honest. Like it is luck, but so people told me that too, and I fully agree. You guys got lucky, but you were able to capitalize on the luck because you have been in the industry for a long time with your jobs,
Of course.
and you have made a game before. And you have done all of those mistakes, like spending too much time on marketing or doing the wrong things, spending too much time on features. And then you just somewhat did it right
Yeah.
at the same time. And so these 200 people was basically when you turned the playtest from
From private to open.
private to open. And this was you guys, this was still private
That
to you
was
guys.
just testing us and some guys from the Discord that have been there like around from the first game actually. We know that they are good testers or they give good feedback, and that we just gave them early access keys.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then for the, what am I, this is the demo? Yeah, this is the demo. So you have it private right now. And then you decided to release the demo. Was that as part of Steam Next Fest? Or
No,
before?
that was like 2 weeks before. I think it was 15th of June. Steam Next Fest. Something
looks
like
like
this.
it.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
15
here
to
somewhere.
22 or something. I think we did an update before Steam Next Fest. That's why the players got up again a bit. So, yeah. I mean, we had already the 200 players in the playtest, or even 300 or something at the end, and we thought like, oh, crazy. If we can get this again with the demo, we are doing so well. And then second day or third day, we broke the 1,000, and we just couldn't believe it. It was like the game was doing very good in every metric, and we thought, okay, when will come the time where we lose it?
Fear of
When is
loss
the
happens,
time
yeah.
when, I don't know, that people notice that the game is actually not that good? When will they see behind it or something? But it never happened. It was always over our estimations and our expectations at every single point, and that was crazy.
And so here's one, I think, some important things. I wanted to first ask you, which I guess I kind of glanced over again, but for you, itch.io wasn't an option. Would you still recommend it for new developers to test out their builds in conjunction, of course, with marketing, like in an easy way to figure out if something works?
If it would have worked for us with the GPU stuff, then we would have done it, but it just doesn't work natively with Godot. I mean, we could have changed the engine and made support for web and stuff, but then we would still be here and not even have a playtest probably.
Yeah. It took me like 1.5, 2 months to do that. Yeah, so you'd probably not be done with it.
Yeah, so for us that was not like the main focus. It can help the itch, but Steam is so much bigger than itch.
Yeah.
That if it works on Steam, you don't need itch anymore, I would say. If you don't plan to have it live on itch for all the time.
So I guess you would say if you have a button that says build to web, use it. If not, then just ignore it and try to focus more on marketing, aka making clips and seeing if it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's also an extra step always, because you have to make a web build every time you do an update. And you have to test it a bit to at least see that nothing is like completely broken. So it just needs extra time. It's not just like one time doing a web build. It's like every time you do a build, it's some overhead. But it can still be valuable.
Yeah, it could
Depends
be
on how much
valuable for
updates
wish
you
lists.
do. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, very interesting.
There are games that work well on itch and were successful, but there are also games that never had an itch demo and were successful. And you could say to the first ones, okay, maybe they wouldn't be successful if they didn't have the itch demo, or maybe they were still successful, and the ones without a demo you could say, or maybe they would have been even more successful. So as long as you don't have the same game once without a demo and with an itch demo at the same time, which obviously you cannot, you can never say that.
Yeah,
You
okay.
just have
I
to
mean, that's
do
definitely
stuff and
something
then
for
you
me to
see.
think about, because I feel like I've been focusing on that web build now for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, if you enjoy that or whatever, probably not. Then you can do it. But I don't think it's important for being successful. It can help, but it's not like you have to do it. It's a nice to have in the end.
Yeah, definitely. Your approach definitely puts a big new perspective on for me at least. There, make some clips of your game, and then if the clips weren't successful, if you were to post, I don't know, at how many clips would you decide to? Maybe the game doesn't work out, because you're playing a game. You said that the bunker game, which had the same idea of enemies approaching, wasn't fun. And then you played your game, the tower defense aspect. You were like, hey, that is fun.
Yeah.
Would you still have made the game if the clips weren't successful?
That's a hard question. Because there are also a lot of games that don't work for social media, but work when you have something playable at some point. So, I don't know. It's hard to say in hindsight. We probably wouldn't have been that fast because we saw like, okay, people are very interested in the game. We need to make a Steam page so they can wishlist the game. And our first Steam page, I don't know if you can actually see it on SteamDB or something, like the first assets of the Steam page. We didn't even have like a proper. I think you can
maybe
go to update history.
Yeah, we could try. Well, hold up. Am I? Yeah, this is the playtest. Wait.
Oh no, then go to the main game. Ah yeah,
Yeah.
there. To the update history. And I think if you go completely down when we first released the game, so beginning of April or something.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see there the text, if you can see somewhere the assets from like the screenshots and the capsule art and stuff.
That doesn't. Oh no, wait. I think that is.
This is now the preview. Because it was, so our capsule art was literally, I think you have to go a bit up. Like it's, so I think we released it on 7th or 9th of April or something.
7 or 9. Here's 9.
There are some
Here.
capsules.
Oh.
So this was our first capsule. And
Damn,
we
it looks like my
managed to...
capsule. Hold up, can I somehow open this in a new tab?
Link in new tab.
Ah!
Yeah. So, yeah, it's pretty rough.
Who made
I
this?
would say. I think I did some of it, and then my at that time girlfriend painted over it, and I just said we need something today. We need to have the orcs in there and some bullets. And just because we need to have the Steam page, we need to get those wish lists.
Oh my god!
And with that graphics, we made 900 wish lists in the first day.
Oh my god, bro!
Because people just wanted to have the game.
Man, you see that, guys?
I mean, we changed it like after 1 or 2 weeks, I think, to like the one we have now.
Mm-hmm.
But this was literally the first one.
Right, let me look at some more. Hold up. Where was it? Yeah, that one we saw. Caps. The bottom. Oh, hold up. Open link in your tab. That's yeah. This one's almost the same.
I can also I shared you in Discord the first concept I did.
Oh, let me see. But that was on Steam, right? That was not on Steam.
That was not on Steam, but that was like, that's what we want to have. that's the
Imagine
game.
if that was on Steam and you still got a 900 wishlist. That would be crazy.
Yeah, could be. So
Wow.
yeah, I
Crazy.
spent like 80% of drawing that concept on the guy's face. Yeah, so
Damn. Ah,
at
that's
that moment
crazy.
we knew whatever we put on there, it just worked, and then we knew, okay, the game is probably good. So
Yeah, it has to be,
we
right?
have to do that.
Wow. So, okay,
Yeah.
just to quickly package this all together. Made some posts on all 3 platforms. Very simple marketing posts. People told you, "Hey, we want a Steam page." Got success with those. Was still simple posts. I don't know, couple minutes, 15 minutes at most, or a couple of seconds at most on these clips, and then Steam page, and from there playtest. Let people invited into the playtest. I think you also made a Reddit post about the playtest.
Could
And
be, yes.
then demo, Steam Next Fest, and release, essentially.
That was what worked for us. But I don't know if it would work for another game or for another developer or whatever. You just have to find out what works for this game you have, because probably it will be a bit different or the same, or I don't know. At that time it worked for us, and maybe I don't know if it was like because of the strategy, or maybe if we had done something different we would have even more success. If we have like high value shorts or whatever, could also be.
Yeah,
But it worked for us so far.
maybe.
So I just don't want to spend a lot of time on the
On marketing.
marketing, so to say. I mean, we spend a lot of time on what kind of game we want to make. This is also some kind of marketing, because if nobody wants to play your game, or you make a game like the typical puzzle platformer for Steam, you have a very hard time to bring that to people or to excite people. And
That's why you chose Outhold.
Yeah, because Outhold was a game that we thought, okay, the basics of this, like this, you have a tech tree and you have a basic tower defense thingy. We could make this in 1 week. It wouldn't look that good, it wouldn't be like balanced or whatever, but the basics we could do in 1 week.
Yeah.
So just let's do this in 1 week. I mean, we didn't manage to do this in 1 week and whatever. But I think if you want to make a game in 4 months, you have to start with a game that you think you could do in 1 month. Or maximum 2, because it will always take longer.
Yeah. And so you wanted to make that prototype or that game in 1 week, took you longer. And then when did you start posting your first clip after making that?
I mean, I started before we actually did the tower defense game with the other physics stuff. I just posted every day something what I did. And then I noticed the people like the physics stuff and the 100,000 entity stuff. And then when we started with the tower defense prototype, I just shared, I think from day 1 or day 2 or something, stuff about it. And I think the first post was not successful or so, but the second or third. So.
Okay. Definitely something for me to I'll try this out actually. Because I'm making kind of similar game. They are billions type.
And yeah, but I think especially for social media, from my perspective, quantity is better than quality. Because you as a creator don't decide on what's the quality or the recommendation. The algorithm decides what it will show to people. And you just have to make more posts that it has some selection.
To be honest, I think it comes down to the person. I think maybe we are just similar in that regard, that for us it is just more enjoyable to work on the game and then spend as little time as possible on those things that we don't really like doing, which is the editing of those clips and stuff like that. Just share what we did, or we have a cool ability here, chain lighting, flamethrower, explosion, put it up
So,
there,
yeah.
and just move on. Because I feel like you said you made the mistake too of spending too much time on editing and those shorts. Then you don't really get to edit the things that you want to edit because you don't have the time, and then you post less, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah, and I also don't have the skills for
Yeah.
video editing.
yeah, I don't.
So whenever I'm doing a trailer, we did all the trailers ourselves for the game, and we are using DaVinci Resolve for that because it's free, and it was okay. But I'm so bad at video editing. I had it so often that I just deleted parts of the video while editing, and I then just noticed like 15 minutes later that just like they were missing 3 seconds because I deleted it by accident. And every time I hated to make videos.
Did you, just a question, did you, when you made the trailer, you had a bunch of clips that were going viral on social media. Would you just then put those together and that's my trailer?
Could work. I mean, I cut the trailer to be exactly 30 seconds long, because on Steam you have this micro trailer when you hover over the capsule, and then it cuts from your normal trailer. It cuts like a 5 or 6 second
Hold up.
trailer. But there you have to go on the Steam page,
Yeah.
store. But it has to be in a list. Maybe if you go on the developer page or something, you have to.
Also,
Yeah,
you
not
mean
there.
here?
Yeah, I don't know where it's shown. And then if you have maybe down there. And now it's just a screenshot. Sometimes it shows like a short version, a micro version of your trailer.
Maybe on the Steam directly.
Yeah, or if you search for it, it's also in a browser sometimes. I didn't notice where exactly, so if you just search and don't click exact, and maybe you just search without clicking on a game, then you should get a list.
Oops. A sec, let me see. Maybe it's here. Hey.
Oh, it's with a C, not a K.
Oh, I see. See, it's with a C.
And there?
No,
That's also screenshots again. I don't get it. But yeah, it's automatically made from your main trailer. And nobody really knows how exactly Steam is doing this, because sometimes they are doing like weird cuts where they just cut like those are like 1 second clips, and they cut it together, but they don't care if you cut in this 1 second. So sometimes they make like an additional cut or whatever. And this micro trailer is shown a lot. So I've read somewhere on Reddit that if you make exactly 30 seconds trailer, then the time steps are fixed. Yeah,
Here.
for example, this one. Yeah. And then you have like, if you make it like 30 seconds long, it will take the clips at timestamp 10 seconds, 13 seconds, 16 seconds, 20, 23, and 26 or something. And then I made the trailer all around this.
Hold up.
That you have good clips at those timestamps.
It takes a 1 second clip.
It takes 6, I think.
6
clips from your trailer. It normally really likes if you put like text on it. So if you have like this title like incremental tower defense, then it normally cuts to this. I don't know how it really works, but if you have bad luck, all your micro trailer is just text, and that doesn't show anything of your game.
So was it 10, 13, 16, 20?
Yeah, and then I think 20, 23. You get a preview once you uploaded it, and 26, I think.
26.
But you have to upload it every time. So you have to render it, and then you have to upload it, and yeah, it's a bit annoying. But
So you basically make sure that the 1 second on all of these steps is something that is interesting. Huh.
Yeah.
Very interesting. And it's only when it's exactly or below 30 seconds, right?
Exactly 30 seconds. I think
Exactly
30 seconds is the minimum also. Or something. Someone found this out on Reddit and I just used it.
Damn.
Yeah. Maybe they will change it at some point and then you can make your own micro trailer. That would be even more helpful.
Yeah,
It's normally
I'll
like,
test it out.
like this with Steam. That they do some feature and then they see that people game it. They find a way around. And then they say, yeah, okay, then just upload your own trailer.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they'll change
If
it.
if everybody is gaming the system anyways, then we can just make the workaround like the proper thing.
Yeah. Let's hope not. I mean, that's a cool idea, definitely. And 30 seconds is also something I can manage in DaVinci, as long as it's not too long.
Yeah.
That's possible. That's gonna be a doozy. Okay, now I want to quickly move on to what you made the game in, which is the Godot engine.
Yep.
You made this game in Godot, and I found that incredible because Godot is not known for its performance. So how did you decide to use Godot when you already knew that you were gonna do some compute shader shenanigans?
And
You didn't know that yet?
we used Godot for the previous game, and then we just said, yeah, we liked it.
I see.
And then I figured out, oh yeah, compute shaders also work in Godot. So okay, I will try it. But the thing is, before at our work, we already worked with Unreal Engine and Unity, and we got to hate it.
Why
so
is
we
that?
preferred
Unreal Engine
actually,
and Unity, you hate it.
Yeah, Unreal Engine is like you always have to download like 10 gigabytes just for the base engine, and I don't like that. And then there's so much stuff. So at least for me, as someone that spent most of their time before optimizing games, and Unreal Engine has so many features, and so basically my job was to find the right checkboxes and toggles in the editor to say, okay, disable this feature and enable here and set like the draw distance to this. So I was not really actually coding or doing like proper work. So I just had to feel I was just putting settings in, and that was really annoying. And I don't like that kind of work. So that's why I didn't like Unreal Engine. It was just too big, too much for me. Always. You need to update it every now and again, and it takes like half an hour to update or even start the engine or whatever. And Unity is also, for me, it's too big. And we would have loved to do like our own custom engine. We already did like a Vulkan engine back then. But we also knew that if we go down this way, we will spend like half a year or year just doing the engine and not the game. So I would love to do that. I really like to build everything from ground up.
Don't fall into that trap for your next game, since you have
I
time
know
now.
that. So if you don't need to make something like really, really unique, then I think it's fine. And with Godot, it was simple. You just download this 100 megabyte executable and you have the full engine.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it starts quickly and everything. You have to get used to it. But it's fine.
So then how did you make the game? So I know a little bit about compute shaders now, since we have been embarking in this journey. Essentially the way this is most of your game lives on the GPU, which is a separate part of the CPU. But you still have to somehow communicate back and forth between the CPU and the GPU. Like, for example, a tower will shoot a bullet. The tower sits on the CPU, like you said. And then that bullet gets transferred in a buffer to the GPU. And that's where the collision happens. Now, what do you communicate back to like run the game? Like the UI needs to somehow know, okay, so that's how many enemies we have and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's all we communicate back. Basically, it's just what we communicate back is like in the last frame, there were X amount of enemies alive and Y amount of bullets, and in the last frame, I don't know, 500 enemies have died. and then you just keep track on like the last number on the CPU and subtract or add the numbers to know how many there are still alive and how many have died.
Ah, so you
That's
basically
everything. So
you don't really communicate back all of the enemy positions or something. They will always live on the GPU.
Or just GPU. Just the CPU just sends a command to spawn them, like, okay, at this position, and this is the initial velocity and radius and mass and stuff like this. So it just puts that into a buffer, and the GPU takes it out of the buffer and converts it to like the proper GPU structures. So there's a shader like running every frame that takes all the new stuff and puts it in the GPU buffers. And from there on, everything is GPU'd. I mean, that also makes some other stuff more difficult because we cannot really track a single enemy anymore from the CPU. So we couldn't make like special events if like this one special enemy does something, or we could not that easily track how much damage is this tower doing because it just spawns bullets, but the bullets itself are not different from the bullets from the other tower. It's just basically a rigid body with some parameters of how much damage should I do if I hit something.
Interesting. So and that's why you said it'll also be a little bit more difficult to do target priority on towers.
Yeah, I mean, you can always put it in at some point, but it will probably hurt performance, or I just didn't think about it too much. There's some ideas. I mean, you can put an ID to every entity, everything, enemies, bullets, the flames, everything are basically rigid bodies. And we only have circle rigid bodies because that's what I started to do, and then it was enough.
Interesting. So like a bullet is a line, that is still a circle.
The bullet is just, I just draw it in a line, but it's a circle.
It's a circle.
The physics is a circle.
Okay.
And I just stretch it while drawing it.
Interesting. That puts an interesting perspective on me, because I have arrows in my game Tangy GD, and they're like there's an arrow. Okay, so it's straight, so I turned it into a rectangular thing. But I mean, it's probably much easier to do a circle. Interesting.
Yeah, circles are the easiest for physics calculation because you just need a position and a radius, and then if something is closer than the radius, then you know it will collide.
Yeah, you can use square root. Sorry, not square root. You can use the distance squared, which makes it a bit more efficient. Interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
I mean, if you watch it really slow and in detail, you will see that the collision is not working perfectly. We are also just drawing the enemies bigger than they actually are. I think I gave you the cheat version with the slider in the bottom right.
Yeah,
there's a slider where you can put the game speed. Yeah, you can make it slower and.
Oh yeah, I can. I mean that looks perfect to me. I don't know. That hits perfect.
There's also like. Yeah, we just managed. We just put the scale factor up and down until it kind of matched. And they are just dying because at that moment the rigid body is like in that frame it gets destroyed, and if there's no rigid body anymore, I cannot draw it anymore. So this is a bit of a downside with the system.
I don't think anyone notices this.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And I think that's the stuff that you could spend like so much time on and no one cares.
Yeah.
Right? But I don't even see where the collision would be off. Gotta be honest. Looks perfect to me. Maybe it's not enough going on, but... Right?
Yeah, actually it looks not too bad. Yeah, but it's... I don't think we have a debug overview over...
I see...
Like the actual circles.
That's why I all of a sudden had the speed multiplier in the game. By the way, if I change the speed, does the game behave differently here? Like I have this... Maybe some of you guys didn't know
tested... Yeah, we tested it like some time ago, and then when you make it faster, it had some different results. So not that many enemies died anymore, and then we thought like it would be cool for the game to make it faster, but it was not the same 100%. as before, and then we thought like, okay, maybe we have to push that back.
Can bullets clip if it's
What
faster?
do you mean with?
Clip
Yeah.
tunnel. Sorry, tunnel.
Yeah, teleport. Yeah, they could. They can
Okay.
also go through the terrain, something to the world, if it's.
If it's too fast. Yeah, okay. I mean, it clearly, like, that's the one thing I would kind of say, like, I was missing when playing the game, like a speed up button. But I guess that could also be added in later. Like, clearly you didn't need it. Let's say that.
Yeah, I saw someone in our Discord I saw made a mod for the game actually with a map editor and everything, and they said they tested with like 64 times speed and it kind of works. So I would have to look into that.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm actually working on a level editor right now because I think that's cooler than just adding 2 more levels or whatever, to make a way to make custom levels and then to share them through Steam Workshop. That would be really cool. And then I see that someone made a mod for the game that has a way better level editor already.
Yeah, some
That's-
people out there are just insane, man. They are crazy talented. And they probably have done this like 10 times for 3 different games or something like this.
Yeah, and as you did already before on the stream, you can just basically unzip the game and you have the whole project.
Yeah,
So we didn't
you
encrypt
can,
it or
yeah.
anything.
I hope that was okay. Like, we cannot.
Yeah,
For
sure.
research
I mean,
purposes, we didn't steal a thing. Like, I never steal things.
No.
I always research.
it's fine. We already had enough success of the game, so if someone wants to take a look, then they should, and it helps to make mods, whatever.
No, it's awesome. Like, what I always love is when game devs share how they did certain things, so that most people can learn. And then that's why I like the indie space so much, is because there's most people are like that. Like, for example, Factorio sharing their movement code and stuff like that, or the idea behind it, and then you could take it and you use it in your own game, and then you have a very nice functioning movement code and stuff like that. I really like that, and I wasn't too sure if you know, when I was unpacking, it's like, you know, but.
And feels a bit shady, right?
Yeah, it does. It definitely, because it feels a little like stealing secrets. Not gonna lie, definitely.
Yeah, but there's no secrets in there. We just combined stuff that we found online. It's not like we made like a crazy innovative. We made some innovation in combining stuff that we had, but all the single parts are.
Just
what
wondering,
other
the
people did.
enemy simulation, is that a fluid simulation base, or is that just following a flow field? Because I saw a texture on the GPU that represents this map, which looks like directions.
That's a flow field.
It's a so it's
So-
a flow field. Maybe we can see that here. Maybe we can go a little bit into this. You also wanted to show me like how to make a compute shader in Godot. If you guys want to see that, maybe you could type something in chat. If you guys want to see how to make like a compute shader in Godot, it would take a little bit of time, right? I don't want to take up too much of your time. Just let me know, and then we can decide later. I think that would be cool. Just to get an idea.
Sure.
Nothing fancy, just, you know, quickly set up a compute shader. But yeah, I don't know, where would I find that map again under these? So I quickly made a screenshot here.
The map, probably. So the thing is, from the render doc frame, it looks more than it actually is, because in Godot you have the normal process function. That's your normal update every frame function, and then you have the physics process. This is like runs 60 times a second. And if you have a long display frame, Godot automatically will do like multiple physics process steps. And because if you do a capture in render docs, it takes like 100 milliseconds or 200 or something, and then this frame is longer, so it does multiple iterations of the physics.
I see.
In the normal case, we have like maximum 1 physics process step per normal frame that is drawn. So if you have 240 FPS or something, then every 4th frame will have a physics process.
Yeah, here is handle or handle dead.
Yeah, I think you would see the flow field in integrate. there should be integrate. Integrate is like the
It's
basic
a CMD
movement.
dispatch, right? Yeah, there we go. That's what I saw. And then when you right click on these values, you can see directions like red.
Yeah, red is
Green.
X and green is Y. That's
Interesting. And that tells you to... Hold up.
where,
let me just-
in which direction to go to the target, which is the blue one.
in which direction to go to... Oh, so that's to the right and a little down. And that's completely to the right one, huh? Interesting. And that's diagonally. That is more down. Like, you guys, you need to look at the value at the bottom here. It's very tiny, but this value at the bottom tells you the direction in the X and Y coordinate. This is a float texture. And the cool thing about this is this 32 by 32. The bigger the map, the bigger this texture is. And I'm assuming that 1 pixel equates to 1 tile, right?
1 pixel in this is 1 tile, yes. And it's like 8 pixels in the world or something. Like draw. I draw 8 pixels for every world unit.
8 pixels for every world unit. So every
So
tile
if-
is 8
or-
pixels.
Or 16. I don't know exactly. I don't remember.
I think it's 60.
Yeah, probably
Looks like
16.
Interesting. And why did you use a texture instead? Oh, you can visualize the texture instead of a flow field because you can see the values, right? So like you can make a 2D array.
Yeah, but if it's a 2D array, and because with a texture I can sample in between, so I don't.
Oh.
Then you automatically have like, if you have one way that goes to the right and the other tile that is going down, for
Yeah.
example, and the enemy would be in between those, then it would automatically interpolate those values.
But can it? Like can it really fall in
I mean,
between
you
these two?
The enemy position, yes. So and then you would interpolate it. I don't know
Really?
if you can actually view this in RenderDoc.
He created probably the texture from the data in the game. You probably created the texture from the data in the game, right? You upload it to the GPU based on the map. Or did you
Yeah, we're
pre-make
doing.
it?
We draw the map. It's like a PNG where blue is like wall and red or something is the target area. And then we automatically generate out of this. So you don't see that anymore like there. Wait, I can.
So is I guess the question is from chat. Like, did you make this
Yeah.
map? Did you have to build this map beforehand and then package that together, or is it generated based on? I guess somewhere has to come the from somewhere we have to get the information that at this tile the direction is this, right?
Yeah, I showed you how the PNG looks. It's very tiny. Yeah, okay. But you see the map, and yeah, it's very small.
Wait, hold up. I can,
'Cause it's a
I can
small
actually
map.
put it in A-Sprite.
Okay, that helps then.
There you go. That's a bit easier.
So, yeah, it basically says, okay, blue is wall, you cannot walk through there, and red is the target where you should go. And then we generate like an signed distance field from it for the collision check on the GPU, and this flow field. And the flow field is basically just going backwards from the target to the start. And it's saying like, okay, on the pixel right left to the target, what is the shortest way to the target? Okay, you go to the right. And then you make like, I don't know, 500 iterations of this, and it always sees, okay, which of my neighbors has the shortest way to the target, and then my direction would be that to the closest neighbor. And this
Interesting,
we do
because you're
while
generating like
building
a-
the level. Yeah.
You're generating
So we
like a
built this in the editor.
sideways force so you, in order to generate the sideways force, like when you're here, I think you're targeting I don't know what you're
The
talking
algorithm starts on the right, at the goal,
Yeah.
at the target area, and then it goes backwards until it fills everything up.
So like, how do you call that? It is a A-star frontier calculation. I would guess something like that.
Yeah, I call it flow field extend. I don't know. I didn't look at the algorithm. It was just what made sense in my head, and then I just wrote it, and then it worked.
Okay, cool. And then
So it's very
this is the
basic.
texture that. Interesting, but then that limits you to tiles. You have to say, okay, this tile is accessible, this one is not. And then building that flow field, and then that flow field just gets copied into a texture on the GPU and uploaded.
Yeah, and then every enemy in every frame samples like, okay, where am I standing? And it multiplies like the direction it should go to target with their own movement speed right now that they got from collision and everything. So they always add like a bit of like where I should go to where I'm actually going, and over time this will lead them to go to the preferred way, but still allows them to bounce around and stuff.
Cool.
I'm just lerping between those values.
I think the idea with the texture is really smart instead of just having a 2D array, because then you can just look at the texture and see if a value is off and be like, oh, hold up, I might have done a mistake here.
Yeah, and also normally if you already have something 2D, like a 2D data structure, and you're on the GPU, and GPU is good with textures, just use a texture. Because I think then the caching is also better.
And so if you hit the black pixels, I just noticed here that you have a minus X coordinate. It says that it would move you back out here, right?
Yeah, that's what I
left.
did also. That, I mean, the collision should do it already. If you're colliding with the wall, you should be moved back out, but I also added to the flow field that it always goes back to the walkable area.
So wait, hold up. This is... Oh, I see green. Yeah, that this puts you down. I see. Yeah, this is pushing down.
I think if you put the range on top from -1 to 1, then you would see more instead of 0.
-1?
Then, yeah, I don't know if that helps.
A little bit. Okay, I
Yeah,
see.
but-
Now I understand this. So yeah, we were, as we were looking at your at your shader code before, when we first saw the game, we saw like, oh, that has to be a movement thing. Cool, very nice. Yeah, I think if it's okay with you, we could maybe make a compute shader. I mean, we could look into a little bit more. Like maybe what is interesting is how bodies collide. Let's see. Solve body is probably the collision, right?
Solve body world is with the world. That's pretty easy, so to say. You just check against the sign distance field.
Hold up, let me see. I think there's an easier way to. There was GLSL, right? That makes it a bit more readable. But can we? Oh, we can. Oh, we can even. Oh, damn, RenderDoc.
RenderDoc is pretty great.
Yeah, it's very good. I mean, you also were so kind to give me the shaders. But this is basically the collision detection with the world. And I wonder, do you have to do this in one compute shader, or couldn't you do that in like one shader? You solve the bodies, each other, and the world at the same time, or would that be? Why did you make two computation steps for that?
Normally, it's just better to do exactly the things you want to do it in shaders. So, because they use different resources also. I mean, the world collision needs the world to sample the world, and the body collision needs to know the other bodies around it, so to make collision checks. I don't know if that's clear. So the most complicated part is The Souls body is the most complicated shader, I would say, because it's actually not just like randomly checking against all of the bodies. There's a grid before where you know, okay, those are the bodies close to me in grid cells around me, and then I only check those.
I see. And so here, like, I think what you're saying is you have a bunch of buffers here, but you only need a certain buffer for this compute shader, and it's easier if you handle just the data that is required for this step. And then in the other one, you don't need the walls, but you just need the bodies.
Yeah.
I see.
And
I mean,
I didn't test to put both in one shader, actually. Maybe it could be faster, but it was fast enough. So the collision with the world, this is like for 50,000 bodies or something, it's like 0.03 milliseconds or something.
0.03. So that's 30 0.0
microseconds.
30 microseconds, right?
Yeah, for 50,000 or 100,000, that's basically nothing.
No, it's not. Cool. I mean, if we have time, I would like to maybe, talk about this, because that's kind of also applies to me, if you don't mind. But maybe we should, since a lot of people wanted to see this, maybe we should take a look at how to make a compute shader in Godot. If that's fine for you?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I have Godot open, 4.7 something. I mean, I could quickly open it up again for anyone that's curious. So, maybe, I don't know. If I was watching this video, then I would want to know how to go from create. So I guess I create a project, compute shaders, call it compute shaders. I put it into a folder, and that's that compute shaders project. So very simple. So I'm gonna reopen that. And that's all I did. Teach Cakez, yeah, hopefully it works. Not the easiest. And I'm assuming we make a 2D scene, but yeah.
It depends if you want to do 2D or 3D.
I mean, 3D is cooler, I guess.
Yeah, then let's make 3D.
Okay.
What are we gonna make?
What is easy to make and not too difficult to follow?
So, the thing is, if we want to draw something, then we either have to get that back to the CPU and then use the normal, put it in sprites or whatever, or we keep everything on the GPU, but then we also have to do our own vertex and fragment shaders to display it. So this is maybe that's also the problem with our game, that once you start to put stuff on the GPU and you think like, okay, now I cannot use any more the sprites from Godot, and the other stuff that's already built in, I have to do everything again.
Oh, so you can. I see. You can't.
Yeah, all the enemies and bullets and everything, it's all drawn in one big call.
And so you're saying if I were to just put sprites in, that'd be a lot more difficult.
Yeah. So
maybe we do something simple first, and then maybe if we can get a sprite to work, we can. If it's too much, then that's just how it is. But I guess we could just talk about how it would theoretically work, right? Maybe we can start with balls or something.
Sure. So I would add a script to the scene. That I don't know if you have to do. Either right click on the node 3D.
Yeah.
And then add script or something.
Attach script.
Yeah.
Not 3D or compute or something.
Doesn't really matter. So we need the rendering device.
We need the rendering device. Okay, so how do I get that?
So I have to think right now a bit like what are we actually gonna do so that we can see something. That's the main problem that I haven't thought before. I mean, the compute shader itself It's not that hard, but that you actually see what it's doing, like in the engine, because then you have to feed it back into the engine again. That's like a lot of extra stuff we have to do that's not directly has to
Related.
do anything with the related to the compute shaders.
I see.
So
Is there a way I can somewhere copy and paste that so we don't have to spend that much time on this?
probably somewhere on the Godot website or something, documentation. I don't know. For us, it just grew over time, and I didn't think about it that we did all of that stuff.
Uh-oh. I mean, if it's too much, then maybe we find something else, or maybe we just, I don't know, make a compute shader and then we don't, but when we won't see anything. I mean, we'll see. You can think about it a little bit. If it's a little too much, then maybe we just skip it.
Yeah, so you
Shader
can.
preview.
So if we just start with a compute shader, like basic stuff, how would you do a compute shader in Godot? That's pretty easy. In that, but we need the rendering device, which is basically like the hardware abstraction. Exactly, you get. So do you know GD script?
A little bit, but that's
okay,
wrong.
you don't. Yeah. It's one of those languages where you first put a var for variable, and then you put the name. No, it's var. And then you put the name of the variable, and then colon and no semicolon at the end.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Not biggest fan of that.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Probably have to do it like in the ready function. This is like func, and then, or you can just write ready and then, yeah, the one that's there with the lower score. Okay. And then, no, it's Python. It's basically
it's Python. Yeah, I remember. So no braces. Yeah, okay.
There you need like 1 week or so, and then you are you're getting used to it. But it's hard going back with GLSL and then GDScript again, because GLSL is like pretty C-like, and then I'm going back and putting semicolons everywhere, and then I also go back to GLSL, and then I'm writing like this Python code. Yeah. I think you get the device from the rendering server. So just like device equals rendering server. So Godot has like all of this stuff, and then get current device or something like this.
Get rendering device.
Yeah, yeah.
Semicolon.
And they have actually this rendering. They have the servers like audio server, rendering server, and there you get like access to the base functions. So you can make like custom stuff.
Yo, that's a lot of stuff here.
So
Capture timestamp, interesting.
we need this. I just need to put my code next to me that I can cheat a bit, because I don't know everything by heart.
Yeah, I mean, if you just write the boilerplate once, and obviously you forget about it, right? That's just how it is.
Rendering device. So we should first do like a shader, like just get. I think it's called create shader or something. So device create shader create. Yeah, because now they are like again with. Shader, yeah, shader compile or shader create from POV.
Easy, just put the shader in there. And a name.
You can actually use a shader file. I think that's easier. And you need this, but before this, you need this POV code, and then you just make var shaders POV or something. POV. It's actually called RD, for rendering device, RD, shaders, BOV.
Holy.
Yeah, and that you get from a shader file, from an RD shader file.
From an RD shader file. So do we create
Yeah,
one?
so
or?
this is like, you just make load, you write load. We can just put this, so now equals load. This is like the resource loading, and then you put in the resource, .glsl, whatever, so resource, and then we just put
resource
test.
slash. Hold up.
Yeah, but then you put the name, we can put this in compute glsl, and then gets BOV. Okay, it doesn't say it because for now it's just like an abstract resource or not a shader file. But
I'm pretty sure that this would work then, right? Gets
yeah,
spurvy.
Yeah, exactly. That should work. And
Okay.
then we need to make the compute shader.
Okay, let's make the compute shader. That is a new file under resources, new resource? Hold up, you can't see it because
I can see it. I think I don't have the webcams for my preview. I think I would just externally make, like in VS Code or something, or whatever editor you're using, like a GLSL file
VS
in
Code.
that folder.
So you just a spurvy file in VS Code. Okay.
Yeah,
make one.
then just this, and then go back into. That's how I did
compute. What did I say? Was it GLSL, right? GLSL.
it. Yeah.
All right. Do I have? Oh God. Don't we? Do we have to do the version?
No, but you have to make a hashtag and then the square brackets compute. And then you have to do the version actually, yes. This is for Godot, so this is not standard GLSL, this is just the Godot's and then version 450.
450, okay. That's why it also doesn't run on the browser, because that's not running from OpenGL. That's too high.
I mean, I've never tried to make it work on the browser, honestly.
Yeah, maybe it works. But
yeah, and then I think we just need to put like a main for now. Let's make it compile first, void main, and then yeah, I think that should compile already.
All right, let's see. Let me get that. And then I just drag that into Godot.
Yeah.
Up. Okay, so I'm gonna drag the compute shader into Godot. Right, got it. And now this is complaining cause
I don't actually know.
create a new shader can be instanced.
The variable is wrong.
Oh yeah. Per v. Okay, so that's the first. Let me see. var shader compute. Shader. Oh, I see. Cannot assign a value of RID to a variable shader with specified type shader.
The shader should be an RID, so like a rendering ID or whatever. I don't know. So it's not, because if you create the stuff with the rendering device, you just get back resource. You just get back resource IDs. So you don't.
But it's Vulkan. Interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty Vulkan-like. So you just get an idea back. So, and now you should make a pipeline. So var pipeline, which is also an RID. And then you make device dot compute pipeline create.
List bind compute line. Oh, that's a pipe.
Compute pipeline
Create.
And then from the shader.
From the shader.
Okay, and that should at least compile it and tell you if it's like a
okay
shader.
Now this is saving it as a scene file.
Yeah, you
no
need to.
3D scene. That seems fine, right?
Yeah, whatever. We don't care
Okay.
about the scene. It's just holding the script, so to say.
Okay, so how do I know if this works now?
If it doesn't crash, it works.
Oh, okay.
No, I think
Play.
you don't have a preview there. You have to press the play button in the top right.
Oh, it's right there. I see. Main scene has been edited. Select one.
Select current. Okay, so we don't have any errors or something. There's a warning in the debugger down.
Oh,
Oh, there's-
hold up. Error. The local variable pipeline is created but never used. Yeah, it is not. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine, I would say.
Cool.
Okay. So, now if we want to do something with this compute shaders, we have to put something in and get something out, I would say.
Can I edit the shader here?
No, because it's like external shaders, so that's unfortunate working. It's only working with the visual shaders from Godot with their own flavor of GLSL. So you have
I see.
to
So if I
do
wanted
it
to
in
work with this, I would have to go into VS Code.
Yeah, that's how I did it at least.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's fine. Let me see.
But
I'll
it
set
was
that
it
up.
was also good to have like the split between like CPU code and GPU code. That was also very useful. That I know this is a different program.
Hold up, let me just find this real quick. Open in File Manager. Where's this? Hey. No. Here we go.
Oh no.
Here. All right.
Yeah.
Let me just put that in there. Compute. Whoops. Not like this. All right, so we have the compute shader here. Then I can directly edit this, and then I would assume that if I save this here, it will also save it here, right?
Yeah, that should. You can try to write something in it just to check it. Like.
I mean, we have a
and then-
void here. I don't know. How was it again? Because I've been consumed by WebGLSL.
Oh no.
var. Let's
you
see.
can just return.
Int a is 0. Return a.
Yeah,
see.
that doesn't make sense with a void function.
No, doesn't. Wonder if that's causing an issue now.
You can see it down there that it shows you the shader compilation.
Oh, return void function. Oh, so it works. Okay. Yeah, nice. All
Yeah.
right. Ah, cool. It's immediate.
Okay.
It's immediate. Ah, that's perfect. That's
Yeah.
actually really good.
That's actually fast, but it only makes so it's a bit tricky with like include files. If you have like they have a system that you can include other shaders with like normal definitions or whatever, and it doesn't detect if you change the include file. So that's a bit annoying. So we made like
see.
like a small editor script that it reloads all the shaders,
I see.
because then it also reloads the includes. But that's a bit more advanced stuff.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean, because usually you want to have a shader header with definitions of our structures and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Okay, now we should define some inputs and outputs for our pipeline, for our shader. The question is, I think we should do this first in the shader.
Yeah.
So, yeah, normally what you inputs, outputs, and what we are missing for a compute shader is always this thread group size. I don't know, this layout local
Oh yeah,
size.
how do we... Shall I just copy that from somewhere?
It should work. I know how it looks like, but if you want to copy it, I don't know how it's in WebGSL. How it's called. So it's
You mean the worker group size and stuff like that you put on top
exactly. That needs to be somewhere.
here? Yeah, I'm just gonna get it from the shaders you gave me. Hold up.
Oh yeah.
I have that here somewhere. There we go. shaders. I'm just gonna put one update dispatch. Put that here. There you go. We need this layout thing. So we want a local size of X, Y, and Z 1.
You actually picked the worst one.
Echt?
Because if you just... yeah, I mean for a GPU shader, because if you have 1, 1, and 1, then you don't use the GPU basically.
True.
This was a very edge case.
Shall we do
So normally
64?
you have something, yeah. So this is how many they are like working on simultaneously. I don't know how much experience you have with compute shaders, like actually doing stuff, or like optimizing them. Yeah.
But optimizing the work group size, not so much. I know that you wanna use. Let's say that I had a friend in university that was trying to optimize these shaders, and he wrote a program that was testing different work group sizes, and then found out that certain work group sizes work better for certain inputs. But that's all I need. Yeah. All I know.
Okay. Yeah, but so if you do something like writing 1 everywhere, then you know this is not really a good shader.
Yeah. Because you want to parallelize this.
Yeah, exactly, and that's how many things are running in parallel, basically, at least. Yeah, and for the other buffers, you also need a layout. So the layout thingy, I don't know, that's GLSL, and then you put in like a set. So in brackets again.
Set.
Yeah, I can.
That is part of Godot, then, right?
No, this is Vulkan GLSL, I think. Yeah, but in normal brackets.
Brackets,
yeah.
So
and then set is equals 0, and then binding.
Location? Or binding, yeah. Binding is 0.
Binding is 0. And then
buffer,
I think you buffer. But you can also add, after the binding, you make a comma and then std 430. Yeah, like this. That's just like the structure of the buffer or something like this, so that the shader knows, okay, this buffer has this and this alignment rules. I don't know. I just put it on every buffer, so it's like strict on compilation stuff.
There you go.
You have to read up on this. Yeah, and then you put like a buffer name. Put buffer, and then you put in your
data.
Your data. Probably an array, or if we already use a shader, we want to work on a lot of stuff.
Or how about vec2 points? Or I don't know, vec2 positions?
Yeah, makes sense. And then just array without a number in it.
I think I have to put semicolons here, right? Let's see.
Yeah, there you also have to put semicolons. That's very C-like again.
I'm assuming it finished without errors, but let me just make an error to test if... okay, so it did finish without errors, yeah. And then we want to write... So like that's the thing, right? There's also, if I say, well, read only, then we can't write to this buffer, but write... Read, write, does that... No.
Read,
so
write
buffer means we can write to it too?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you only have read only and write only as arguments.
So if I wanted to get a vec2 position from positions, how do I get the, I guess the, how does it called? The instance
That's
index.
The GL underscore global invocation ID. Global invocation
ID like this.
And then .x. Because this is like a vec3 or like an int vec3.
I see.
You have like x, y, and z coordinate for the ID.
Oh, works. Damn. So now that we have the position, but that is a copy, right? This is a copy. Or is
like reading from the array. So you're reading from the array. And this is actually pretty good like this, because your threads, like the 64 threads you have there, they are all next to each other, and they are reading like positions next to each other. So the first thread is reading position 0, the second one is reading position 1, and so on. And that is what the GPU likes. So you shouldn't read like random stuff, because then it will thrash the cache. So the perfect way is
Wait.
always...
I thought the second thread was reading position 64.
Not with the global, no.
Interesting.
So the
I have
thing
64
with
threads, right?
you have 64 threads in one workgroup. And if you dispatch now with like, let's say 10 groups, then you have 640 threads.
Yeah.
It's multiplied with the local size. So the local size is like how many threads you have in one workgroup. And you can optimize this because you can share some data in the workgroup faster than going back to main memory and forth. So you can have like a workgroup data, and then you can quickly share, like it's like a small cache where you can quickly share data between the threads.
I see. I guess I have to read up on this a bit more. I thought it was the other way, but okay. So each thread then just reads one value, and it's since it's all next to each other, it's fast. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
So normally that's for compute shaders, it's normally the best way to just read one value or something per thread, and then write back one value again. It looks, if you're based on CPU stuff, if you learn to do that, it looks a bit wrong at the beginning, because you say, okay, that's way too less code per thread, but the threads on the GPU are way different than the CPU threads.
He
Okay.
said it. Alignment by 4 bytes.
Yeah. In this case.
Comma 16 bytes. So it doesn't mean 4 bytes. He just said that it's one of those. All right.
In that case, I think. Is vec2 not like 2 floats, so 8 bytes?
Vector 2 is 2 floats.
Yeah, so it
So
should
that's
be 8
8.
bytes per position. But yeah,
So maybe
the alignment
is wrong.
rules is like, yeah, you only need to care about this in special cases when you optimize like how many values I can fit into the cache and stuff, and how many do I need to read. So now you want to add like the speed.
Yeah, I
But we
mean,
need the delta
some
value.
direction times speed, I guess, times delta time,
Okay.
I guess. How do we get the direction though?
So either you put the direction also in the input, I don't know. So every, okay, but that's a bit difficult now because you cannot put two
Arrays.
Arrays without size.
Yeah, which means you would
So
have
we
to
would
make
have-
a struct, I don't know,
Yes.
input data. I mean, you'd call this, I guess, a ball or something that has a vec2 direction and a vec2 position, and then we just put a ball array, balls
Yeah.
in here, and then you get the ball from balls using. Hold up. How do I? There you go. And then ball position, I guess. Dot direction. And I guess some if ball dot position, and I don't know what type of what are we talking? We have a world, right? World coordinates are really difficult to say here where they are.
And that you clamp it or something.
Yeah, something like this.
And then you can also use directly the clamp function if you want. Like ball pos x clamp by ball pos x between 0 and 100 or something.
Yeah,
Know what I mean?
hold up. A direction of
make it
x is. I just wanted to invert that. Maybe that's a bit
Yeah,
easier,
that's
and then we
also
do the
fine.
same thing
Yeah.
for y. less than 0, or I don't know if the upper bounds, not sure.
Yeah, either you hard code them now.
Yeah, I mean, I would just, I don't know, 100, not sure.
Yeah, but then you need to make crater. Crater then.
Oh, I see, yeah, you're right, true. There we go, and then I'm just gonna make this Y, Y, and Y.
Yeah, but then the position doesn't work because then you say if it's bigger than 100,
Oh, yeah,
you
it's
set
true.
it back to 0.
So I need to have 4 F checks. It's fine. I mean, we're just trying to make an example shader, right? So that
Yeah.
should be okay.
Exactly.
Just thought I'd write something, you know, oops.
You could still clamp it. The position.
True. Stimmt.
So you... That's 0 and 100. Then you can keep 1 if.
Smart. Smart. Yep. There we go. And we do the clamp. Oops. Get rid of that. We do a clamp here too. We do Y coordinate. Okay. Well, I think.
Yep.
Oh, but we need to write the ball back, right? Balls on.
Yeah.
Is boy.
ID. Yeah. So
Okay.
that works.
We don't have
As
to have
long
time.
as long, yeah, okay, that we need to add, and the speed too. Question is if the speed should be, we have the speed there hard coded.
Yeah.
Then we can also add the delta time hard coded. It's not too hard to put arguments in there, but
Yeah, I mean, I think once someone knows how to put a buffer here, they also know how
Yeah.
to put that there. That's how I see it.
yeah, true. So this should work. But if you would do this like for a game or something, like properly use it, I would have like an input buffer and an output buffer, and then it's like just like 2 buffers of, so like double buffered balls
Okay.
that you read only from one, and then you put the results in the other.
Okay, why? So like you have an output buffer of balls.
Yeah, because
You would do this. Write only and read only.
yeah, you don't have to put the.
I mean, I guess
would I
you
do that?
omit it, but you could potentially.
Yeah. So in general, this is better to have like one thing to write and one thing to. I mean, in that case, it doesn't matter too much.
Is it faster, or what is the reason behind this? Like in balls, out balls?
Maybe I'm also like mixing it up with some other things, but it's just in general better to have something that you only read from and something that you write into. Especially writing into something,
Yeah.
writing into a buffer, you have to make sure that only one thread is writing into one specific array
see.
position or like variable, because otherwise you cannot guarantee which value will be there.
I think that might be an issue I have, because I'm reading and writing at the same time.
It's just much easier to happen if you read and write from the same buffer. So the contra to this is that you need 2 buffers now with the same. So that's the negative point of this model. But normally, quite often in physics stuff and so on, you quite often have like an input that is just read only. You cannot change it, and then you have an output buffer that you write in the stuff for the next frame, and you don't read from it from anywhere. In that simple example that we have right now, it's probably not necessary or even helpful, because it just makes everything more complicated. But that's something that could be like more important for if you have a bit more complicated stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, sure. Okay,
But then,
so
then
now
you
that we
also
have this, yeah.
For every dispatch, then you have to switch around the buffers, of course, again, because then the old output buffer will be the input buffer for the next frame. So it's a bit more overhead than. Yes, the binding should be 1 then for the second buffer.
Oh, yeah,
so it's
true,
not
you're right, yeah.
pointing to.
Forgot that. Okay, so if I were to do this now, right? How would I put this into Godot? Because I'm pretty sure it's gonna be syntax error, comma, semicolon, node 10. Hold up.
That's the input data.
Oh, I think I forgot the semicolon after the 42 scalar integration expression. 42.
The .x and the is
Am I
missing in
blind?
the GL global. The last line. Yeah,
Oh, I see. .x. Yeah,
Because
someone wrote that in chat earlier. I was like, huh? Where did I miss a .x? Okay,
Oh yeah.
cool. The shader compiles.
now
How do we
compiles
feed it
again.
data now? That's the interesting part.
That's the annoying part. So
Thanks, Mr.
we have
Dieber,
to
for the
create-
raid, by the way.
Yeah. We have to create buffers first.
Oh god, oh no. Device. Var, buffer.
Device and then that's ID again, and then it's create storage buffer, I think. Oh no, it's storage buffer create. I don't know why it's the other way around for this stuff.
Okay, do I make a structure here on the CPU just so... Can I use size off?
No, but there is a packed vector 2 array that you should probably use. That's
Okay,
like a
structs don't
special type
exist.
of array. No, there's no structs in GDScript and I hate it. Only
Ah.
classes.
See guys, that's why I don't use Godot. I've been
So the
already
thing
done.
is, we have like 2 vectors, right? We have like a position and a direction. So we
Vector
could
2.
cheat. We could cheat with a vector 4.
Okay, yeah, sure.
But we need an array of that. So it would be like packed vector 4, I think. Packed vector 4 array or
Packed float
think-
64 array?
no, I think it's vector 4 array.
Packed vector for array. Yo.
That just means that the bytes are like next to each other. Yeah. And
How many
then
entries does it have? Do I specify that here?
no, you make a new, so in the ready function you make balls equals.
Oh. Is that a
then
new
vector 4.
packed vector?
No, without the new.
Okay. Packed vector for array.
And then like a constructor with the. Yeah. And if you want, you can already put in some values.
Also add?
But I've.
Append.
Yeah, append.
You do a for loop. Oh god, for loop.
That's pretty basic. From.
Sure.
Okay, no, it's not that.
Yeah.
I also had to learn it. Like
Yeah.
I'm also coming from C++ and
It's been a while,
stuff. So.
let's say that.
Okay. It's just for I. And then colon int. So first the name and then the type again. And then in and then the number. Whatever. Yeah, but no, you just write 100. It automatically starts by 0.
Oh, I see. That's a nice.
And then a colon for like opening the context. I don't know how you call it.
Oh, I mean this.
Yeah.
And then it
is,
says depend. I see.
Then you need to add a vector 4. So you can, for now, you can just make a whatever you get.
Vector. Can I do a vector 4 here, or do I have to make a packed
Yeah.
vector 4?
No. No, the vector 4 is not packed. The array is packed.
Okay.
So it just means like the vector 4 is like all the vector 4s in the arrays are right next to each other without any additional data. Yeah, and there you can write like your 4 floats in.
It fits perfectly because the bounce is 102, so it creates a diagonal line now. And then the first one is the direction actually.
Okay, then
Hold up, I think. Can I do var direction is vector 2 dot see or this is the hardest part. I just want the random direction using sinf.
you can also just use like vector 2 from angle or something. Is it from angle?
From angle.
Yeah, and then you make just like something pi times
I. What's up?
yeah, or random.
Oh, random does exist? Randomize?
I think it's just rand f or rand.
Oh, round f, like in okay, round f.
Yeah, this is a random float between 0 and 1.
Ah, cool. Yeah, and then we just store that in a var direction. Tell me that works. Yes, I like that. Tells me it works. And then we have these different positions. I think that's fine. And then we just say direction of x, direction of y.
Yes.
Cool. Now we have balls.
Now we have balls. To create. Okay, it needs the byte size. So we need to convert the balls array into a balls byte array, like in a packed byte array. So you just make a new variable down there with I don't know, byte the balls, and then it's just balls punct to packed bytes to I don't know. Packed byte array, and then and then from balls something with byte array. I don't know the exact
2-byte array.
2-byte array. Yeah, and then you can use for to create it. It's like byte array punct size, and because first it needs the byte size and then just the packed byte array. So that would be
Okay. Cool. Now we have the input buffer.
You need something more.
Mm-hmm.
You need I don't know if you can see like the parameters you need for this function. If it shows up or if you go in. Ah yeah, there. So
Usage.
the usage is 0. We can keep that, but what we need is like the bits, the creation bits.
Uh-huh.
And then
So
we need
that
the creation as storage bit.
As storage bit. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So we
Okay,
are creating
because
this as a
we-
storage buffer.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
exactly. So that we can read and write into it.
Mm-hmm. Let me... Oh, I can't do this, huh?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, I can. Okay. Just trying to put it all more or less in one...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's good enough. There
I
you go.
think I think we should go back to the compute shader and don't make the input and output buffers, because that makes everything just more
Okay,
complicated
it's fine.
right now.
We just have the inballs, or inballs, and then
Yeah.
write back to the inballs.
Yeah.
It would
Because
just
we
take
would
too
just
long.
have to.
Like, we have to do the same
Yeah,
thing
we
again.
have to do everything like twice, and you don't get anything new from it. Yeah. So to bind this now to the shader later, we need to make a uniform out of it, and this is RD uniform. So RD uniform, and then you make a variable out of this, and then make RD uniform.new.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's just like a, I don't know what it is, like a struct. I don't know. And for that you have to specify the uniform type. So uniform type. No, like in extra to set the properties of this uniform. So we need to tell them now what kind of uniform this is, what binding is it, what kind of resource it is, and which resource should be bound to it. So you're finished with this line. Go to the next line, please.
Yeah.
And then you make uniform punct. Yeah, there you have that you can
Binding.
the uniform type or the binding is then 0. That's like the binding we have also in the shader. Uniform type, and then it should be something like uniform type, and then storage buffer.
Storage buffer. There we go. Nope. Oh.
And then we need the uniform @id, and then you
Hold up. How do I make comments?
hashtag.
Hashtag. Okay. This refers to the binding in the shader.
Yeah, I mean, if you do more stuff with this, then you normally make something to automatically synchronize the bindings from your shader code and your CPU code or something, that you read the shader source in here and then automatically extract the bindings.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and then we need to make uniform.addID to actually put the input buffer then at ID, and then it expects an RID and it's our input buffer. Okay.
And
So,
how do I run the shader now?
Yeah, we just made one uniform now. Now we
I see.
need to
We
make a
didn't make
uniform. Yeah, we need to make a uniform set out of it.
Uniform set? I thought we were done.
No. This is like
Okay.
Vulkan. This will take a bit.
Oh god. Okay.
Not that long.
Okay.
It's like RD uniform set create. That should be pretty basic.
RD uniform.
No, RD.
Set.
Sorry. Device dot uniform set create.
So that's
Just without the RD. Sorry, that was. I have a bit different. Uniform set create, and then you make like an array of the RD uniform. You can just use the array brackets. That will make an array on the spot, and then put in the uniform.
okay. God.
Then put the shader, and the set would be the 0 also. That's the set we have in the shader too.
I see. Oh yeah. Hold up. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Create a uniform set. Okay. So now it's baked
I mean,
in
this
the
is
shader.
this is pretty basic from what you have in other languages. Huh? I am not too familiar with WebGLSL, but that looks pretty much like Vulkan stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks, a bit, I guess. It's more like, okay, I create a pipeline here. Now I have the pipeline. Now I add the stuff to the pipeline. That's in the pipeline.
Yeah.
But,
Okay.
yeah, okay.
Yeah. And so basically what we need to do now to dispatch it is like make a command argument buffer or command list, I think it's called. So
And
device.
we do that in the update function
yeah.
or something?
Then we should make it an update function. So this is func process.
Func update.
Process.
It's process.
Yeah, also with like the underscore. Yeah, exactly.
Hmm?
And then it's just Probably we need the pipeline as a global variable and
Yeah,
the uniform set.
So this. Oops. The
At least
pipeline
that.
and the resource set.
Yeah, the uniform set grid. Ah, yeah, we should save that in a variable too.
This one here.
No, the one at the last line. Uniform set grade. That also returns an RID, I think.
I see.
So uniform set or whatever. It's missing the bar.
Just trying to figure out how I would do. Oops. I think you do this, this,
Yeah,
and then
down
you
there
say
you just-
pipeline is, and we don't do
Yeah.
the colon anymore because we already told it. Oops. We already
Yeah.
told it what it is. And here is the same thing. Okay, it does that, and then it does this, right? And then here.
Exactly now. Yeah. Now it's device dot compute list begin.
Oh, I see. I see.
First it's begin.
Yeah.
So that's everything with one compute list. So you can call multiple pipelines in one compute list. That optimizes some stuff, but what I did for the game was just for every dispatch one compute list. That makes things a bit easier. Then we have to bind the pipeline.
Yeah, okay. Device pipeline.
Yeah, something like this. I think you should.
Bind compute pipeline.
Bind.
Compute list bind.
Yeah, and then.
Takes.
Ah, yeah,
in
you
the-
got like a.
I see.
You get the compute list. This is just an int.
Can I just do this and don't have to
Yeah.
specify the type?
You can also use colon equals without a type. Then it's like statically typed, so it will check the type. But
Oh, you mean instead of the do colon?
and
Huh.
colon equal. So you just let out the type in the middle.
Aha.
So that
Okay.
makes it that it checks the type, the compiler, so to say, but you don't need to write it down. Exactly. And then we need to bind the uniform set again.
Compute list bind, right?
Yeah, we have a compute list.
And what does it
Put in
need?
again the
It
compute
needs
list. Then it should use the RID.
compute
like the
list, the
uniform
uniform
set.
set in the set index. I guess 0 is the index, huh?
The compute list is again the compute list. Group sizes.
Aha, 64. In this case.
So.
1
No.
and 1.
No.
No?
No. The group size is like how many groups do you have, and in the shader you specify how many items or threads
I
you have
see.
per group. So it's the multiple. So you
that
would
was the
need to make
100 something.
100. Yeah, but 100. You have 100 items or 100 balls exactly, and then you should seal it probably.
Like I
So that
saw
we have
this
two.
right here. Hold up. Hold up. It did some. Hold on. God damn it. No, it's a main. Compute. It dispatches 63. Hold up. Where is it? It takes the count. Adds 63, divides it by 64. That's something that
Yeah.
it. So we would do 164 divided by 64. That is 3.
Wait, no, but you make 100, or? Ah, yeah, you're 163. It should be 2 point something.
God damn it. 2.5, and
Yeah.
since it's an int,
Then it's 2. So
It's
that
2,
works
okay.
too. That's, I mean, it's basically just a seal thing.
okay, I
Function.
mean, okay, we do this. Not sure why that's the case, but
Yeah, but then you have to make brackets around the addition.
oh yeah, you're right. True. And that
But you
makes
get
it
why
so that
why
the.
it does that?
What do you mean?
I mean, So you could use this, or you could just use floats, like 100 float divided by 64. Then you will probably get 1.6 or something instead of 2.6.
Yeah.
And then make a ceiling function to round up, basically. Then you will also get to the 2.
Yeah. Okay. So now I get it. They do the plus 63 because it would then the int truncation.
Yeah. So you need at least. Yeah, but that's a good thing that you choose 100 then.
Why?
Because in the shader now, that's very interesting. We get like 100 input, so the buffer is like 100 items big. But we start 128 threads. So we start 2 groups with each 64 threads. That means that there will be some threads with like the global invocation ID of like 100 something. And we try to read like the array in an out of bounds index like this. So we would have to make a check before reading from that array if global invocation ID is less than 100.
Oh, I see. I saw that here too. I was like, why would you need that? So you need that check. You're talking about this check at the top right here.
Yep.
Okay. And we have to add that to GLSL, compute GLSL too. So if this ID, oh god, is the array size or something? It's greater than array? God, I have no.
No, you have to hard code it in that,
200?
or you have to put, but then it should be greater equals, because index 100 is also not.
True.
And then just return.
Wow, that's bad. So that's OpenGL issue? Kinda?
No,
or not
that's
OpenGL?
No, that's just because you only have this fixed sizes. So either you guarantee from the CPU that your buffer will always be a multiple of 64. You only start this many groups, or you have to somehow feed to the GPU the actual size, so you don't hard code the 100. So you can make another buffer or something where you put like ball count or something, and then you can check against this.
Interesting, because I wonder why it is that way here. When I wonder how they do this then, because here I can just look at the array length. Oh, that's very cool.
Maybe it works. Maybe
this is WebGLSL. I don't know how they do it too, but
yeah, I mean somehow the shader compiler or whatever the shader executor should know how big the array is. It knows how big each element is and how big the total bytes are, so it can calculate that. But I don't think there's something like this in GLSL. I mean, GLSL is a way older shading language, so they don't have the nice stuff.
Okay, I mean, now that we have this, we obviously can't see it, but I think this is still really good to see how you set this up, because let me just be honest, that's not trivial.
It's not. I mean, you would just abstract this away and make your own function to create a buffer or whatever from your own buffer, and the more you do, the easier it gets. So I have like one script I have one GD script that's just called GPU. It's like 800 lines long with just helper functions to create buffers and images, so I don't need to always write 10 lines per image.
Yeah, makes sense.
And to make like uniform sets and stuff, so I can just save some.
And so I don't really want to hold you up too long, but I'm pretty sure like if you wanted to see what's drawn now, there is a lot of setup code, you say?
Yeah, the thing is now, if we want to draw that, we would have to put this into like a shader that's meant to draw something. So like a vertex and fragment shader. And then you have to render this to something. And it's not that easy to get like the actual output window from Godot. So you probably make your own texture that you draw into, and then you make like a full screen rect again on the main camera,
Mm.
and that's all. That has nothing to do with the compute anymore.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. What you could do now, but in a vertex shader or something, is you just have as an input this storage buffer with the balls, and then you just read in the position, and then you move all your vertexes by that position.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I think that would be a little too much now because it's also
Yeah,
very
it's
technical.
Yeah, and it's just like other stuff. Maybe I could
Yeah.
have prepared something like this should just drop in, but I didn't actually thought about it because we had it like we just had it, and then we didn't need to do this anymore.
Yeah, I mean, no, I
Yeah.
think if at some point someone wants that, I'm pretty sure that I could figure it out or something, or like I could work together with the stream to set something like this up. But it's cool to see that this is how basically this would then. Let me just quickly test. How do we? Oh, see, it's already running.
Oh, you got a few errors, right?
Yeah, we actually debugger.
The compute list is not ended.
Oh, I see.
We started it and we just need a compute list end, I think.
Okay, I mean, let's see. That's better.
Better.
Yeah. Okay, so at least it works. Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
I mean, it's not that complicated in the end, especially if you already know some of this other shading languages, or like not shading but rendering, like Vulkan or WebGPU or something. They made this rendering device stuff pretty similar to that. So it's basically like an abstract Vulkan or something.
And so
you
just a question, now that we have seen how to create one more or less compute shader, I'm assuming you have like one GD script somewhere that handles all of the compute shaders creation, and then in the process you have the compute, like the steps, the different compute shaders where it does the steps.
Exactly. I have then just like I abstracted it to like a simple compute, it's called. Like that's a class, and then you just put in, okay, this is the shader file and these are my bindings, like an array, and then it automatically does all the setup. And then it's just a few lines per shader.
What I find crazy is that this is then able to completely like create something of this magnitude, which is really cool to see. Like so many enemies computed, and you have even shared a screenshot, or not a screenshot, but a recording of 500,000 enemies, and it still looks smooth.
Yeah, I think a million would be also working, but we wanted to make sure that it's also running on like a bit older hardware and like Steam Deck and so on. Because I would find it really annoying if you have a game like this and it slowly starts, and then you cannot play the last levels because it's just too much. So, and you cannot refund the game anymore because you already played too long. So that was something we could have done more. Enemies and everything and bullets and whatever, so the system is fine. So with the even with the, I think our highest level has like 160,000 enemies or something like this, and there you can maybe see like 80 to 100,000 are on screen at one time, and it takes like 2 to 3 milliseconds to calculate and render everything.
That's crazy.
On my 3060 Ti.
And
but there are people with weaker systems, and we also want them to be able to enjoy the game.
yeah, that's the important part. And you probably then also tested this on. You said you tested this on a Steam Deck too.
Yeah.
And that's where it also runs very smoothly. 2ms is crazy. Yeah, because it's running on compute shaders, Mr. D-Boy. That's what the crazy part is.
And that's like 6 physics iterations per frame. So all the solving of the bodies and so you just do 6 times, because one time it's just not precise enough, and then you just repeat it 6 times.
And you do a chunking system, right, for the bodies?
Yes.
Or...
So
yeah,
that
okay.
you don't need to check against all. But that's basically just at the beginning of the frame. Everybody takes a look. Okay, where am I in the world? There's like a grid, and then you just write. It writes its own idea like in the chunk that it knows. Okay, I'm in this chunk, and then later the other shaders just iterate through the IDs in the chunk. So it doesn't iterate on all the bodies anymore, but on all the cells of the grid. And then it just needs to check like the bodies in this cell only can collide with bodies in this cells or the surrounding cells. So you only have 9 cells to check.
So then, like you said, everything is a circle and a rigid body, but how do you do a laser then?
Okay,
that doesn't look like
just
a
a line.
circle.
The laser is actually a line, but I just upload like every frame, like all the active laser lines, and then I got somewhere the circle to laser collision check. So I don't know the code anymore, but I figured it out back then, like how to check if a line crosses a circle. And if it crosses, then
so
you
it's
deal
just a
damage.
circle line. Okay, I see.
Yeah,
And
so
I
for
guess
every
that's for the
bounce, there's
flamethrower
one
too?
line. The flamethrowers actually spawn circles that don't make collision, but they report like if they hit something, but they don't bounce around.
I see. So it's just a bunch of
they
circles
just-
in a line.
Yeah, they spawn like just 50 circles per second or something, or 60 even.
Damn, and then obviously they look up in the grid if there's enemies, and then the enemies get
Yeah.
attacked.
Exactly. First in the frame they check like if they hit something without physical colliding and separating. They just report like they write in a big list like, okay, I'm rigid body with ID 5000 whatever, and I'm overlapping with this other rigid body, and then there's a big list with all the contacts, and that I use later for dealing damage and stuff, and so on.
That's crazy. Okay, maybe that's gonna be something that I have to deal with too, because I really like. That's essentially like you guys have like exploded the scale that I wanted to go to, but that was the same idea, and that's why I took so much interest in your game. Also, it's a good game, of course, but for me as a developer, I always want to do something like they are billions, but more without the lags, and I feel like you guys kind of did that with the tower defense here. And it's just really cool to see how well this works. I love how smooth this is on so many enemies. Like especially like this beam, I really like that. Like you drag this beam and it's so smooth. I love that. It's just cool.
Yeah. It also has some negative points, so to say, because you cannot. It's not that easy to get stuff back to the CPU. For example, for playing sounds. Because you need to know where stuff happens on the screen to play the sound at the right position or whatever, or the right time. So that needs a bit of a workaround. So some stuff that normally would be easy if you just make normal game code is suddenly way more complicated. Like if something dies, make a sound. Yeah, but you don't actually know if something dies if it's just on the GPU. Something like this, or spawn like an extra coin if a special enemy dies or something. Then you always have to feed back this to the CPU. So stuff like this. But you can also just not put it in the game or just work around. Then you just make a different game. You don't have to make all this stuff.
Yeah, this is definitely a special case.
Yeah.
But yeah, really cool, man. Thank you very much for sharing the shader code. I know that was a bit, I'd say a bit complicated to set up, you know, especially on the fly. So I appreciate that a lot. Maybe it helps someone.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Yeah, I'm happy to help out, and I'm also on the Discord, on your Discord. So if someone has questions or whatever, happy to help.
So to bring us back to your game, is there, you already touched on this earlier, right? You can always improve the art. I think the skill tree looks kind of nice. Gotta be honest. I think it's a good contrast. But on the game, you thought you think you need to improve the art? What do you think?
I mean, we could update. We also have on the to-do list that orcs, like actually explode into corpses and body parts and blood. That would be cool, I think. That it's not just like blood on the ground, but they actually die and then the arms are flying around, like physically based and everything. That I think would give like a lot extra.
You mean particles could already be, I guess?
Yeah, like something like this, particles. Yeah, but the Godot particles, we had some Godot particles in for explosions, but they were too slow, so it was faster to do everything on our own. Because then you don't need the stuff, you don't need to pay for the stuff that you don't need. We just needed basic particles, like the explosions. It's just a circle. And if you use like a particle system or whatever, then you pay for all the other overhead that needs to be there.
And then there's
Godot
bloom added to the circle, I suppose?
Yeah, it's just general bloom, and the intensity or the color value is very high, just for the flames and explosion and bullets. That's also, yeah.
Yeah, very cool. I wonder if there's...
But we have to see.
I wonder if there's... but yeah, okay. I mean, I feel like you don't really need to update the art. In a game like this, what would you even... like? I didn't play through all the levels, but I know that they get very crazy later on. Like, in terms of updates, is there much you could do, or is the game finished? Like you said, map editor, right? People can make their own maps, but aside from that,
I think the map editor is the biggest priority right now, and otherwise it would be like quality of life stuff. So what we would like to have at some point would be some kind of controller support. That's always nice, especially if playing on the Steam Deck, because right now it just emulates the mouse, so to say. So it's playable, but stuff like this. But yeah, and then just a level editor on Steam Workshop or something, and it's basically playable, endlessly playable.
endless mode, you mean?
Yeah, or you have just enough content because the community does new maps.
I see. Yeah. Custom maps. Yeah.
I'm not sure if we would add new towers or something. I also think that maybe it's better at some point to make a new game, and then you throw out all the stuff that you don't want anymore and just add take a bit different direction, and then see, because then you don't have to support the old stuff anymore. That's really annoying. Then if you have to support old save games and everything, and maybe it's just better if you want to change the game a bit to make a new game. For example, we thought that it would be cool to spawn your own units and they walk in a different direction and then they collide with the enemies and stuff like this.
And they attack each other, you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like Kingdom Rush in a way. That's what Kingdom Rush
somehow like this, but just with like way more units. But it didn't really fit into this game. So, and before we force it into this game, and then you still have to support the old tower defense, we thought maybe we should make a new game with focus on this feature.
Possible, yeah. That's not a bad idea, yeah.
There's a lot of ideas we still have with this technology.
But the cool thing is you now have the time, which is awesome. Hopefully that feels good to have like breathing room. I know how it felt for me.
Yeah,
that's nice. Yeah, cool. Thank you very much for coming on. I think we went very long.
But I enjoyed my time.
Glad to hear that. I hope you guys liked it too. Yeah. Very nice. I don't want to hold you up much longer, but this was Laurin. Very German name from from So We Have an Org Problem, one of the developers, talking a little bit how they made the game, a little bit about their marketing. I think the most interesting part, if you're not too much into the tech, which I am very much, is the marketing stuff, how you got the game into the hands of so many people that got interest in the game, essentially. That was very interesting to hear. And yeah, hopefully you guys learned something, and thank you very much, Laurin, for coming on, my man, and I wish you all the best for the future.
Thank you. You too.
Tschüss.
Bye-bye.
Let's see. How do we... where's the... I think I just leave. So, bye-bye. End collaboration? Just end. Oh! He was sliding away. Funny. Okay. Bye, guys. Bye-bye. Good stuff. Good stuff, yeah. It looks like it worked. Thank you, Kami, by the way, for raiding, and Mr. Duba, you too. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. And there were other raids too. Lumor, Sunil, thank you guys for following, for raiding. I appreciate it. It worked. Yeah, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. It was awesome. I think we went a little long. Are we switching to Godot? No, we are not switching to Godot, because I don't know the other part of the setup, okay? And I can guarantee you that the other part of the setup is going to be difficult. So, no. No, you don't need to be streaming to do the collaboration thing on Godot shader tutorials. Compute shaders. Global invocation ID, data. My data buffer, float data. Compute. Layout. For loops. Ja. A binding. Ja. 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 Aha. Ja, toll. Freut mich. Ist ja nice. Yeah, we did that. Yeah, okay, we did that. Okay, yeah, maybe in the video when it comes on YouTube, I will cut this a little bit or something like that, you know, make it a bit faster. Fine, but it's still, it was nice of him to do this, okay? What happened to your eye? I got injured playing football. There's a web GPO port of Godot too. Congratulations, happy birthday. Very nice. Does it save the... hopefully I don't get a scene error next time. Okay. Let's play one more time. Guys, I have the speed up button here. You guys don't have this. I can cheat the game. I can speed up the game and run it really fast. Doesn't look like it's not. It doesn't look like it's not working though. Anyways, let's get back to some music here. No, very nice. I think I learned something. And when it comes to marketing, I think it changed my perspective a lot. And maybe I should already prepare some clips. I don't know if I would use my phone. I definitely should try using my phone, but it's definitely a good idea to try to share some clips of, like, for example, we could definitely share a clip of how the enemies run to the base, right? I liked you struggling a Godot and him being that technical on the spot. Okay, but... Mason confirmed. Cakez, I'm just going to say this because other people are polite. If you interview another dev for publicity, do not hold him hostage or teach you basic stuff. You could have... Huh? That was more for you guys. That wasn't for me. I'm not gonna use Godot. I know how to make a compute shader in WebGSL and WebGPU. That was not for me. But maybe for stuff like this is better done in a different way. That was a test. That wasn't for me at all. I'm not gonna use this now and make a game in Godot. That was more for you. You know. So I think you got the wrong idea here. And also, if people really didn't like that part, I could cut it out. That's fine too. I don't mind. Like, if for him, I think he wouldn't mind either. So, but no, that wasn't for me. Cool guy, can tell how experienced he is. Really nice that they share their knowledge. Yeah, that's awesome. Definitely. No, you're wrong. I mean, yeah, now we go from a very functioning game to this. You know? Not gonna lie, I learned about survey of an orc problem from this, lol. You did? Cool. It's not too bad, Cakez. Well, thank you. This was running in the background the whole time? It was, yeah. It was. It's work in progress. It's work in progress. The marketing part, I think, was the... They made a good game, guys. Don't forget. They made a good game, and therefore the marketing also worked. That's how I see it. I don't think, had they made an uninteresting game, that the same clips for marketing would have worked the same way. I feel like having the good game part is also is the majority of the marketing. Obviously, you need to do the posts and you need to do the clips, right? And you need to think about text to put in there, and maybe, you know, what do you even post? But yeah, like I really like the take on, I don't know, do something every day. Just use your phone to record the screen. You know, since you have the TikTok editor, you could put music using the TikTok editor. Use that. It then generates a video that it stores on your phone, and then use that video on other platforms, right? That was for me the part where, especially in the beginning, it comes. You come around to actually posting rather than delaying this for the future, if you know what I mean. Will you ever make a recap of your game dev journey in steps by steps in C++/dev path encapsulates problems you had? Kinda redundant. I already did. The making of Tangy, I already did. I do have that video on YouTube. I have the retrospective. That was the... well, not in relation to C++, but in relation to game dev. You okay? You look like you're dying? I'm okay. That looks better, but that's on the CPU AQ. And look at this here. I don't know. So yeah. Okay, guys, like I'm looking for some feedback. Yeah, let me unpause notifications. It's a lot of notifications. Let me first unpause those.
Hello, my lady.
There's quite a few. Yeah.
Master M. The calculations are in
Thank you very much for subscribing. And Olex, the dev, thank you very much for following
me.
Man.
Are overwhelming.
They are dancing, yeah, they are.
Am I so out of touch? No.
gamedev just subscribed. Hi.
Don't be afraid of poor marketing and you'll be stronger. Good game will sell nonetheless.
I just ignore it
The
when there
money
are more
will
than
come
64
to
enemies in cell. Worked out so far. Doesn't need to be perfect. Just look at... oh, let's see. Thank you for the insight. Good enough is perfect. It works well, I guess. So in a single big array, do you implicitly mapping from chunk X to Y to an element slice? You can have more than 64 enemies.
Am I so out of touch?
So only a single big array.
No.
Trotcha07 just subscribed. Jejij, good morning, good sir, less than free.
So it seems very similar to what I already do. Very interesting. I'm chunking the enemies into one big array too. And I actually also have 64. But it's not some other problem we have on the CPU, on the GPU. What's better the most? The mosh pit or the 10 Michael Jackson skeletons? Cakez. Huh? It's because you have arrows point up by default. They should point away from the obstacles, Cakez. They shouldn't even be inside these obstacles, bro. That's the problem. This is also funny. Like, this guy is blinking back and forth. So, yeah, we got a lot of work to do, guys. 100%. Cakez, do you have chunking on the CPU? You should check how many enemies you actually have in one chunk. Could be 200. Yeah, I can visualize this. And I should have hot code reloading. I enabled that while I was off stream coding. Hold up. Let me see. Let's get rid of this. Let me see. Hold up. Here, this is how many enemies are in each chunk. It's gonna slow down the game. Let's hope this works. Uh-oh. Permission denied. Yeah, that's fine. So now we have the counts of each enemy. Oh, it doesn't even... Oh, because it gets the wrong chunk. Hold up. This is tile.number. Oh, hold up. Hold up, no, this is y, no, x times grid size plus y. I think that's it. And then GPU tile. Enemy count, that's where it is. That's where it comes from. I feel like I have too many different tiles. I have chunks, I have tiles, and I have tiles on the render data. I feel like I need to clean that up, guys. There we go. So now we can just wait and see the numbers go up and down. But yeah. It's grid based. Yeah, it's grid based, but some stuff is not. Like, look how these enemies. Like, there has to be some problem, because look at this enemy right here. He is in this... Where are they going? And this one, like... They should just move to the right, but they're being held hostage by each other or something? And then this one pushes them down, and then this one pushes them up or something? It's so odd, but yeah. Did you figure out yesterday's grid problem? No. I have hot code reloading now though, so that's nice. Nope, we're still there. We're still working on it. Hold up. Boom. Alright, now we shouldn't get a permission denied. Cool, now it's just rebuilding the game DLL and we can close this. Cakez, I think the ones on the left somehow get sucked up by the trees. Can you default to the down direction to see if they're going up? No, like, they shouldn't, because you can see where the enemies belong to, in which cell they are. And so none of the enemies ever get allocated into these. Like this one, for example, is stuck. This one's stuck too. They somehow push up, even though the direction is bottom down. So 8 directions is purely worse than your look ahead path. And the furthest visible tile, yeah, it is. It is worse. And I think that I should probably... You need a subgrid for your grid? Yeah, probably. And then maybe I was thinking about making the grid more fine-grained and then making the tiles that are inaccessible push out. It works? Nah, not really. Like, this is also running on the CPU, not the GPU. And I think what is breaking... Hold up. Not... chunk. I think this code right here is writing enemies to the same chunks. So like it's writing the tiles from many different threads. I think this code might be an issue, but it's not the only issue. Maybe compute enemies is the issue because I'm reading from an enemy and I'm writing to the same. But I'm reading and writing to the same enemy. I'm not touching other enemies, so I feel like it should be fine. I cache the direction per enemy, and by default the tiles have no direction, so when they enter an obstacle tile, it doesn't affect their direction. Ah, I see. I don't understand why... That makes no sense. What are they doing? So yeah, guys, we still have a lot to go. Let's say that. I don't. Where do we begin? From here, what's the good? I watched the Sebastian Long video, but since they told me that they also use a flow field, we saw here how that flow field looks. I feel like I want to stick with the flow field and not do a fluid simulation, because it seems like it can work. Different threads don't have overlapping writes. You're fine, Cakez. Yeah, they don't. Triple raid. We get like raided like crazy. Kebab Sky, thank you very much for the raid, bro. Hope you're doing good. Hello. How you doing, my man? Good morning. How's your game coming along? Wild growth? Hold up. Wild Growth? You're working on a new game so far? Guys, check out Wild Growth. This is the game of Mr. Kebab, who just raided us. This is right here. It's an incremental game. There's also a demo available if you want to test it out first. Just started another one. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, it looks really good. It's a very nice atmosphere. Hope you had a good stream, man. Duo raid. Oh, you raided him too? Now I want a kebab. Bro, I want to eat one later too. Yeah. Maybe I'll get one. Yesterday I ate my own rice mit Hackfleisch. Was very delicious. But kebab is expensive, guys. It is very expensive. I don't like spending money on that. Okay, guys. The time to procrastinate is over. Back to the struggle. It was nice, you know, just talking was nice. I gotta be honest, you know. Back to the struggle.
Master, the calculations are in
I watched the video about Boyd's. Oh no, I didn't watch the Sebastian video about Boyd's. No. Anyways, let me check out the different variation here when we... hold up. If... You know what's crazy, guys? I get down to 40 FPS. And you know why? It's drawing the text. Watch. Watch it go up to 120. Because I'm drawing 4090 texts. That's 120. And that is computing 5000 enemies, by the way. Isn't that crazy? Have a good one, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you have a good day too, man. Less yapping. Bro, I've been doing the bleeding fingertips for like too long, bro. Like, in it game. Oh, that's only 800. Never mind. That's not 5000. There was a lie. Find shortest path. So version 1 is better. But maybe we need a subgrid or something. Then we don't need to draw. Let's see how the enemies run in a subgrid. They work a little better, but it's also not that great. Because they still collide with trees, right? So how can I first and foremost, how can I get rid of that? And then the collision detection of the enemy is good. But if I copy the exact same code to the GPU, they don't look like this. Also, can someone please explain to me why they only pile up on the bottom and not the top? Why do they get stronger on the bottom? I don't understand. It actually looks kind of nice, not gonna lie. They're kind of... They're piling up on the bottom, man. What's going on? Did you make your own engine, Cakes? Yeah, I did. This is the expected result. There's a bias in the code somewhere. Are you sure? Strong on the bottom because most are coming from the top. And each one moves multiple down when it arrives. Well, at least this is looking nice. Look, skeletons are right leaning. I'm extremely... Okay, buddy. Do I have something cool to drink? I mean, I'm getting kind of hungry. It's 5 PM already. That's crazy. Guys, I'm a little lazy right now. I like just looking at these skeletons. I don't really want to change the code, but fine. Tiny steps, tiny steps. So, how do we make... I want the enemy's behavior to change, but I don't want to despawn them right now. So, I think the best way to do that is to go to update game. And to not call init game here. That means I can reload the game, DLL, in a second. And the game keeps running, which is nice. That's what I want. So now we can just change the update enemies code while this is running and see what changes. I still did not look at AQ's code. I tried to fix everything myself. Let's see. So this is the code that separates the enemies. We are looking at the tiles. Then we get the next tile here. We're looking at the neighbors. And get the distance to the neighbor using the squared function. Then we do some alignment, cohesion, whatever that is. No clue. and collision stuff. And we separate the enemies based on. So how about I turn this into a float? Const float min dist is 8.0f. Then we do min dist times min dist. There you go. And then we use min dist divided by dist. And here we do some alignment, cohesion stuff. Some separation, division. Okay, you guys following? And then we do separation and stuff, you know. You guys still following? And set the new direction of the enemy. And then use that new direction together with the movement distance. You guys can follow, right? And if they get into a grid cell that is not supposed to be where they go, then they just move out. They avoid the walls. Then I set the new position there. This is just render options, not important. So that is not important. Let's just fold that up so we don't look at this. So where is the bias, guys? I don't see a bias. Huh? Where is the bias in this code? Obviously the code is based, but where's the code bias? I see no bias. Maybe if we remove one part. How about we just remove the alignment? Shall we test out what happens when we remove the alignment, guys? Watch. Let's see. Absolutely nothing changes. What if I remove the cohesion? Guys, I feel like cohesion and alignment never do anything. Absolutely does nothing. Maybe because... Maybe because the separation is so large. Let's try 12. Now it's forming grids. It's forming grids now. That's funny. Is it plus? But it's still forming those grids. Maybe because now it is grids now, but it shouldn't have formed grids. Maybe if I init the enemies. Should I just reload it real quick to see if this unfolds? Hold up, cohesion. Cohesion packages them together a lot. That's bad. Your boy's code looks wrong. It should be move is normalized. You think this should be normalized here? And then what about this direction here? I really don't... You pre-normalize cohesion, don't do that. Okay. Hold up. I'm just gonna put comments here that say these things that you guys tell me, so I don't forget this. You only ever normalize after the addition. Where are they going? Huh? Hold up. Oh no. Oh, wait. I forgot the minus. Come back. This is funny as hell. Whoops. Man, they go... Okay. He farted. Oh, goodness. Yeah, that's a bit crazy. And the two are here, they are stuck. Seems a lot less broken. Yeah, is it? Let's more separation. It's still a grid, man. It's still, and it looks like it's... Oh, hold up, 320. Let's give it a big push. Why do they all go down though? How is their bias? Maybe because the direction is left if it's 0. Maybe I just continue if the direction is vector to 0. Doesn't seem to do anything, no. Would be a cool ability, shout, yeah. No, this is the type of stuff that I want to do, though. Maybe you're biasing the separation into VE plus VEX and Y. Maybe it is this part right here, and maybe I should do separation plus equals what I have on the GPU. Which is... Hold up. I have a bit of stuff here, but this one right here. Separation is push direction times length push direction times 0.5f. How about that? Hold up. One sec. Oh. Don't tell me you're going down. Don't say that. Why are they getting pushed down? They should push up too, man. Stop. Maybe a first check in collision is more... Why there's still voids? There's flow filter already. Only collision separation is required. Yeah, okay. I mean, we are doing collision separation here, and it looks like this. Hold up. Where is it? It looks like this normalizer right here that we don't need. We don't need cohesion and alignment. It seems like this also works. Seems like it is exactly the same thing as this. I watched the fluid simulation video, yeah. This makes the enemy less jittery. They are stacking less with cohesion and alignment, yeah? Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot more like this stuff going on here. That's what I notice. You're right. But they still have a bias down for some reason, which I have no clue why. Maybe because of this alignment thing, but I don't use alignment on the other one. Could the chunks be uneven somehow? Maybe it misses the cell when calculating the surrounding enemies. Why times 3? I mean, it could literally just be the tile direction, bro. No clue. Doesn't really matter. Does not seem to have an impact. Do you have collision on the player? No, the player is basically the player does nothing. It's basically they try to go to the middle. I just put the player here to pretend like he's a target, and also to be in the middle of this. Hello. Could the chunks be uneven somehow? Maybe it's the map, guys. Maybe it's just because the map is generated this way. I don't know, but it looks like there's a way here and there's a way here. So for me this looks like it's fine, being honest. I think it's the map, look right bottom. These are the enemies on the GPU. They don't move because I don't compute them, by the way. Ignore these enemies, please, yeah? They are just on the GPU and I don't compute them. Pretend they don't exist, okay? Can you recap the target to the player position to be able to see how it reacts to different conditions better? I would have to update the flow field every time, but potentially... Did you manage to fix yesterday's grid pattern problem? I don't know if I did. I don't know if I did. Okay, so how about this, guys? I'm going to clean this up. It seems like this float variable D I already normalize this here. This is normalizing it. And so, like, we don't need that, the one that we had before. Cohesion. We are not normalizing cohesion now. Alignment. Why do we normalize alignment but not cohesion? What if we don't normalize alignment? It does look a little better, guys, if I don't normalize alignment. You shouldn't. Less square. I'm gonna hold up. Let me just put a marker here. And put a marker here. Then we can jump between it. Now it's gonna initialize the game again. And we can see what the enemies do. Man, hot code reloading is so awesome, guys. Cakez, I figured it out. Somehow I don't believe you. If I don't normalize alignment, then we get the enemies behaving like dummies when moving. Is that the normalizing alignment? Is that alignment? What are they doing now? Yeah, it's alignment. Alignment means they all walk in the same direction. If some enemy gets pushed away, they steal their direction. So it looks like alignment is not... Oh shit. No, they're behaving terribly now because something... Maybe I need to multiply tile direction a bit more. You should change from setting a new direction to setting an acceleration force. Oh no. Is that the separation doing it? Or is that something else? They're pushing themselves and walk in the same direction. Yeah, they seem to push themselves when walking in the same direction and then they can't move properly. It looks terrible. So instead of setting a new direction, I should do an acceleration force? I don't get it. What? Are you using a distance fall off? Right now, not really. I was doing a fall off here. Let's test that. They still behave janky. Yeah, still behave janky. That doesn't look normal. I think that the problem is that let's try alignment. Is your cohesion correctly holding them back to magnetic? Cakez, I asked AI, do you want to know what he said? What did AI say? What did AI say? Huh? Tell me. Tell me, brother. The issue is that the separation force is too strong, 16 times, causing enemies to evenly space themselves into a grid instead of forming a natural horde. If I don't separate the enemies, they are overlaying on top of each other, bro. Well, guys, this is gonna take a couple of days, you know. It's gonna take a couple of days. I've just increased the speed, so we get to a result faster. It definitely looks wrong the way they move. You look defeated? I am kinda defeated here. This has been really tough for me to handle, and I've seen so many people in chat and in Discord already figure this stuff out, and I'm still stuck. I really do not have much energy left. I'm trying. I'm trying. Take a break and do something else. This is kind of the bones and meat and potatoes of the game, bro. They've still flood to the bottom here. Flood. But at least the stupid alignment stuff is not causing them to get pushed back. But they go down, and it's also a grid pattern here. Not permanently. There's nothing else I can do right now. Kinda the enemies approaching the base is like what I need to do now. Okay, so they are colliding now, but they're pushing themselves down. Why? At least they're moving correctly now. Yeah, I'll get it eventually. I know. Thank you. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate it. You gotta start looking at the actual values, check using breakpoints and see, and that they what you mentally think they should be. I don't even know what they should be. So, how am I supposed to debug this? I don't know. Let's see what this does. They hold themselves back. Looks bad. They are retards. They behave like idiots. Oh my god. What are you doing? It's like that. What about this? I watched your Zik and Odin video. When are you switching languages? Hello, Trash Gamer. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I can't use alignment and cohesion, guys. This is just stupid using those. You are doing previous direction, so it's increasing X and Y. That means they will get to the bottom right, no? No, but I can also do enemy.direction is new direction. It does the same thing on both. I think it's because you're calculating your new steering force each time, but you should edit it with a new direction. So what you're saying is, but then I always plus the force. It's always plus, 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 plus. Isn't that wrong? If I do enemy direction plus equals, and then enemy dot direction is normalize enemy dot direction. You mean this? You know what I think the problem is, guys? And we figured this out last time too. It's that, and it seems like it's always behaving the same. The enemies always move the same distance every frame. They never move less. The move distance is always the same. So I feel like I take the move distance and I divide that by the separation count. And I don't know, I multiply that by some weight. So that depending on how many separations we have, we move less. Access violation. Why? Did I break something? That's new. Shouldn't they stop? Yeah, right now I don't make them stop. Huh? Grid position. So hold up. Enemy position is... Huh? How is near position infinite? Oh, because the direction? Yeah. Oh, I see. Move distance is... I see. Separation counter, and then over here we use the separation counter. Where is that? Here, separation counter. Times 0.5, there we go. Oh, so I was like, huh? Do I see Vim extensions go to? Yeah, it is. It is Vim extensions. Time. See you in the next one. Thanks for the stream and interview. Ah, Cotton Grease leaving. Ban this guy. He's not staying till the end of the stream. Obviously, he has better things to do than watching the stream. So, yeah, that will be funded with a ban. If it's really important to you, you make room. Why are the enemies so slow now? Huh. The enemies are slow because I divide the movements distance. Okay. I call daycare to see if they can stay a bit longer. Good job. Yes, good stuff. They clump on the bottom. Yeah, I don't know why they clump on the bottom. No clue. I don't know why they all get pushed down. I don't know why I get these weird problems, guys. I have no idea. Do you check 9 tiles with neighboring, and do you limit collision count? And do you push both units at the same time with half force cakes? No, I don't. I don't push both units. AQ, are you pushing both units? Guys, I'm hungry. I'm freaking hangry. Looks neat. It's better than yesterday, but it still forms a grid. And the enemies move a lot slower. What happens here? That's a bit better. It still forms a grid, and that makes me mad. You can see the grid. There. You know what? I'm gonna try something. 3,200, guys. 3,200. The most insane separation that you could ever see. Don't form a grid, please. I still see a grid. Am I stupid? Why is it forming a grid, man? Why is it forming a grid? Stop! I'm just adding alignment back in. Tile direction is your problem. Just a breakpoint, look at the values real quick. Maybe AQ, maybe AQ. No, only one I'm processing. The only one I'm processing at the time. Let me see. There's also a grid with alignment, guys. Cohesion. Of course it's cohesion, guys. What if you create a circle around a player? Tile direction is your problem. Guys, cohesion is the worst thing ever. So we're getting rid of cohesion. That is dumb. I'm pretty sure we're gonna crash because cohesion sometimes is 0. What's wrong with your eye? I got injured by playing football. Guys, alignment and cohesion do nothing. They behave the same way, they create the same result, and nothing really affects it. So, it does nothing. This plus equals new direction doesn't seem to do anything either. Let's check if setting the direction is fine. Then we don't need to normalize, by the way. They didn't do anything because, yeah, if I put this lower, then alignment and cohesion still don't do anything. They hold enemies back. I'll prove it to you, okay? Watch. Watch what happens now. Oh my god, this guy! Oh great! So you're going to figure out by inspecting one random guy why he's being pushed down? How? Fine, I'll do it. Listen, I'll do it. Look how they hold up themselves. Like they spaz out like dummies. Okay, fine. Let's put a tile direction 60. The tile direction wins. They only pushed to one direction. And now they overlap. And they still behave like absolute dummies here. And here too. Right, anyways. I'm not pushing only to one direction. I don't know why that happens, guys. I really don't. Because I've seen this code right here like 10 million times. Anyways, fine, we'll inspect a random guy and I will even give you that we inspect the correct guy. Watch this. Let me do a C value here somewhere. This is update. C value. Oops. Const one sec. Oops. making me type all of this code just for the sake of wasting time, man.
Your welcome message is empty, people sad.
Gotcha. Let's see if we can hover over an enemy. Doesn't seem to work. Great, why not? Oh. Sure. Yes. Of course. Apologize. Apologize. How am I hovering something? Okay. Why do I not see the sprite? Okay, so it does draw the sprite, but it seems like it does not put the layer in the correct order or something. And maybe the scale is too small too. Oh, now it does. Alright, so we're going to take a random enemy and see where they get pushed down, okay? Now we see the right sprite. So you want that enemy, guys? You want one of these enemies to take a look why they get pushed down? We could even draw the text. So we just say, okay, so the enemy at that enemy index %d, hold up. God, I'm wasting my time. Enemy index. So we just break on the enemy index. You happy? Do you want me to move the enemy index in a bit? 30. And then we go back to the code. And we break here if enemy index is the same as 50 in J is 0. There you go. We put the... Oh, hey! And then we try to figure out the enemy index, but we can't. We can. How did you fix the UI, mate? Blood, sweat, and tears. 22? 600? 600? Like any of these? Like they're all getting pushed down? 466? You happy? So, enemy index 466. Cohesion is pushing to the right or something. A separation is pushing down and to the left. No, hold up, to the right and down. Cohesion is pushing to the left and up. No, minus is pushing up. Minus is actually pushing up. So, and we literally just have separation, which is pushing up and to the right, and the tile direction. Is pushing to the left and up. And so then the new direction is up and right. No, the new direction is down and right. No, up and right, sorry. Minus is up. I apologize. Minus is up. But over time, it's... I mean, what we could do as well is when we hover the enemy, we could even do this... hold up. Hold up. Shit. We can draw a UI text here, because it's literally just going over the enemy. So if the hovered index is unequal to invalid index and hovered index is the same as enemy index. Oh, how about we just do this? If it's the same, then we already have the enemy. And then we just draw some of the stuff here. What do we draw? Cohesion. Let's start small, right? How about we do... The problem is enemies push too fast, so it's gonna be difficult to... Why not just only show a single skeleton so you can focus? I can click. I can make it on click. That's fine. Let me think. One sec. Okay. I think we can do that here. Then it selects this guy. And then when we update enemies, we supply the selected enemy index. And then we have the enemy index and we can set the previous direction. We could and then also do all of the other stuff. Cohesion. And alignment, I guess. And separation. And then I'll put cohesion. Alignments, cohesion, separation, I think it is. Anything I'm missing? We could do the tile direction. Alright, so the next one is alignment. Cohesion. Separation. Eh? All right, anything I'm missing? We could do separation count, huh? Let's just check if this works. That is too difficult to see, man. It changes too fast. Even if it's the same enemy. Lower the opacity of others. You see the white dot. Keeps moving in a circle. Let's pause on Peaky. What are you using previous direction for? Previous direction
Hello,
was...
Mr. Cakez. Bathroom count, please.
Previous direction is to smooth them out, but I'm not using it, guys. Previous direction is not used, okay? Oh. Slow down the game. Yeah, we can. Delta time is const, isn't it? It is, of course. F you, buddy. Bro, it is still too fast. Because it does so many iterations, guys. The iterations change per frame. The frame counter, the amount of frames don't change. So I would have to... Yeah, I don't have that like in my game where I can go frame by frame. I don't have a time step tick counter where I can slow down the ticks. So it really is not, it doesn't really help. You can go frame by frame by using breakpoint. I guess I can. But I mean, what, does it help? So something that is pushing stuff down. And mind you guys, that, mind you please, that alignment and cohesion is not used in these in the separation code. I'm just, this is going per enemy, and that's a bit annoying. So like only separation, which is pushing down here to the right now, and tile direction, which is in the opposite, but separation is down. Yeah, it looks like we're always pushing down, but let's see. Let me go back to the top. So guys, can you understand that we are not using alignment and cohesion, so I don't always have to say it, and we don't use previous direction? So I could just focus on hold up. Let's wait a bit. I need a way to clamp delta time. It's pushing down right now, and we are looking at the enemy down here. Pushing down as well, still pushing down. Now it's pushing it up. It's always pushing down. Something is wrong in the repulsion system? I don't know. If I'm being honest. Tile direction is times 6. Yeah, but tile direction right now is up and to the left. The tile says we go up to the left, but separation most of the time says down. Separation doesn't look like it's normalized, guys. Separation is not normalized. It is not, though. It's not so normalized. So the new direction is the important part here that we're looking at. New direction, guys. Why are the dudes pushing down? I don't know. I really don't understand, guys. Nope. So, can we do something with this? No, because these are per frame values and I have no idea how to fix them. I don't use alignment and cohesion. I just use the separation and the tile direction. So what do I do? Where you're doing the comparison to decide the push. Separation is mostly down. Contributes the most. Where are you doing the comparison to decide the push? I really don't understand, to be honest, guys. I can go there. Hold up. Could be that the end position is a tile with the direction down, so they all get pushed down in the end. Yeah, but I mean, some enemies come from the top, and some enemies come from the bottom. The enemies from the bottom should push up, and the enemies from the top should push down, and so it should become a circle. That's the odd part. You know. Let me copy this text here. And don't use previous direction, alignment, and cohesion. Separation. There you go. Then that text is a bit easier to read. Because that's the only thing I use. And what am I trying to do then? What is my goal here? What is my goal with this? When I build this? I forgot what my goal is, guys. Separation seems to always be positive. I wanted to look at the separation code. Well, the separation code is the push direction normalized, multiplied by the minimum distance, which is 8, minus the distance. I don't know what that means. I really don't know what that means. What do you mean you don't? Because my brain has been fried for almost 1.5 weeks now with this stuff and web GPU stuff that I've seen so many different things. Flip the separation to minus equals. If we do minus equals, then they don't separate, but they converge together. Watch. They go together. So it might just be, let's try this. Behaves the same. Let me init the game again, just to make sure that I don't do something stupid. Separation is mostly negative now. We'll see. We will see. They still somehow push down. They like immediately clump into the top. They don't separate from the top. They go into the top. You see this? Huh? Why do they clump into the top now? Hold up, am I checking the correct grids? Oh, I'm not checking the below grid. That was a mistake I had on the GPU, on the CPU, on the GPU. Let me check this real quick. I think it didn't check the below grid, which is why. Maybe that was the actual mistake. Hold up, maybe that was the mistake. Hold up. Oh my god, it's fixed. Oh my god, that is beautiful. Oh my god, that is so sexy. I can't believe it, bro. Oh yeah, baby. Show me that, please. Oh yes, that is what I was hoping to get. Oh my god, that is sexy as hell. Damn, that looks good, bro. My goodness. Hold up. Let me reload. Let me increase the enemy count. Hold up. Let's do 2000. Debug testing. Do 1 million now. Guys, this is on a CPU. I can't. But I'm not drawing 4,000 arrows. Hold up. Why is there a stupid enemy there? Why is there a white enemy right in the middle? Can we like not get that? Where is the white enemy? Stop! Eh? Where's the white enemy coming? No! Why did that happen now? I was about to celebrate. Hold up, is it the enemy drawing in the main function or something? Update enemies. Hold up. Game program. Render game. Draw a... Hold up. Maybe it's this. So debug didn't give us anything right. No, it didn't. I fixed the issue myself by looking at what the enemies did. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We are getting a bunch of errors here because it ends the render pass twice. I think. Hold up. Okay. Time to make a screen recording. Okay, I paused it. I want to reset. 1 sec. One more time. Okay. I mean, why did that record again? Hold up, did I do a mistake? So like, I'm too stupid to record with my phone, guys. Okay. I mean, why did that record again? Hold up. Yeah, I failed. Hold up. 1 sec. Okay, we're learning here, okay? Like, aller Anfang ist schwer. Okay, let's see. Okay, I got it. I'm good. Okay, no, I'm not that good actually. Do 2 million now. The cool part would be to do that on the GPU next, yeah. Man, it looks smexy. Damn, I like that a lot. Holy smoly. $180K on the GPU will be amazing. Okay, so that works, and we can get rid of the jitter, guys. I think we can. Excuse me. I think we can get rid of the jitter. Hold up. We don't init game by using this previous position. By doing this. It is a bit better, right? Is the jitter a bit better, guys? What do you think? Looks better, yeah. It is a lot less jittery, right? Man, I'm so happy this works. God. You know, guys, I actually bought something for that very situation. I have an alcohol-free Krombacher. 0-0. Should I add to the cringe like he said? I wonder if you can edit multiple videos together. I don't know. I can't edit multiple videos together, huh? In TikTok? You can? Like, I can't select 2 videos to put them together in TikTok? I can? Because I thought I'd just do... You can, lol. Okay. Then I guess I'll... Let's try. I'll try this with one hand. Okay, now, how do I... Oh, I can't switch the camera to the front, huh? It's a built-in editor. It has a built-in editor. You should. Okay. So then I guess I have to do... Okay, let's see if this works. Hey, I mean, you know, we're gonna try, all right? Let's see how there's a look. I'll try this with one hand. Okay, now, how do I... Oh, I can't switch the camera to the front, huh? Get a camera person? No, I gotta be able to do this easily, easy and fast. So then I guess I have to do... Damn, I did a good job. That's actually really good. Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to talk, huh? Or do I just mute the clip there? and then I just do. I don't know. We'll see. That's gonna be by first. The first one's always the most difficult. You guys wanna see the clip? Hold up, can I show you the clip?
I'll try this with one hand.
That's what I made.
Okay, now, how do I... Oh, I can't switch the camera to the front, huh? It's a built-in editor. It has a
Wait.
built-in editor, you should.
Wait for it.
So then I guess I have to do... Okay, let's see if this works.
See, and then I edit this for TikTok or something. I put that on Instagram too. And I put the caption at something like, I don't know, first time spawning a bunch of enemies or something. We got a free desk tour as well. Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, okay, we'll try, you know. We'll take his advice. We do this and we'll upload the thing, and then everyone's gonna say what a boring game because it's just enemies running in the middle, huh? Huh? But anyways, cool. Now let's make that work on the GPU, guys. You think this will work on the GPU? Type 1 if we can make this work on the GPU now. What was the error? I have no idea. I have no idea. So we're getting rid of the... I guess we'll keep it for now. They're not a grid anymore. Somehow they are not a grid anymore, no. The problem is, guys, I think that the GPU messes up the positions of the enemies, but yeah. Did you go to university and computer science stuff? Was it worth it? Man, I always say it wasn't worth it. But you have to decide for yourself what you want out of this, because I can say that, but I'm pretty sure my bachelor's degree opened up a lot of doors that otherwise would have been closed. I had a bachelor's degree and I got my first job. Great, now my wife got, one sec. Guys, how much stuff do you need to... could we now play with 32 and 6 const to see? Const? What? Let me take this now, guys. Let me take this and copy this over onto the GPU. Okay. Let me copy all of that to the GPU. Or we just go here to compute enemies. And we literally write the exact same code line by line. Okay. Let's begin. Alignment, separation, move distance. That's something we use later down the line. If I save now, it's gonna break. So grid position tile. This is not something we do, so we will do that later. Get rid of this. Grid position at X. Grid size. Position at Y. That's the same. Radius. We will literally, I will not do radius, I will do -1 +1. If you guys see a difference in the code, let me know, okay? Cakez, I had to leave during the interview, but just a little thought. Maybe it would be a bit nicer for the flow of the interview to wait a minute or so before starting the actual interview, because you always drag people into the channel, and even before they fully heard the Discord notification, you're almost 2 sentences into introducing them, only to then have to stop them from introducing themselves because you need to adjust the audio. It's not a major thing, just a thought. So you mean I do the Discord notification, then I do the audio test with them, and then after the audio test, after everyone says that all of the audio is fine, that's when I do the intro. On stream. You mean that way? Yes? Doing sound test check first. Drag them into the channel, say hi, let people settle in, check the audio, and then go for the intro, so everything else is already set up. Aha, okay, yeah, no, it's fine, that's fine. Thank you, I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. I also appreciate the emotes, yeah. Hi. Yeah, okay. No, that's valid. Thank you very much, Mr. Lorber. I appreciate that. The cool thing is, guys, when I do the YouTube video, I record the audio channel separately, and then I will just make a cut where we do the audio setup, and before then I can just boost him separately because he's separate from everything else. And then on the video, you guys won't even notice if there's a difference. Is the music in the recording? Yes, but on a separate track. I will mute the music in the recording. So he will be clear. He should be clear. Professional setup. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, let's see. So if you guys see a difference, okay, let me know. I will literally copy everything, even the comments. Just go, you're making a new game, look at them go, done. Goodbye, buddy. Goodbye. Enemies on neighbor index. If it's the same ID, skip. I'm sorry. Enemy position minus alignment. We are not using alignment. Should I get rid of alignment and cohesion just for the sake of it being clearer? So that because we are not using it. Why was I deleted? So we get rid of that for now. Collision. If check. Neighbor distance. Push direction. Delete. Delete. Length. Length of push direction. And that's to get rid of this trash. Get rid of this trash. We have it in Git anyways. If push direction is 0, then we... what do I do here? We continue. Continue means we check the next neighbor. I don't know if there's a continue here. Not sure if this... I guess it works. Okay, so if it's 0, then... separation plus equal to separation count. Good. I feel like I can get rid of alignment and this for now. Is there a way we can help you with code as a closed source? The only way would really be through some way of, I don't know. I don't like, let me phrase it like this. I do not like taking freebies like this from the community because I have made bad experiences in the past where people just did stuff for me and then it was all just... So the only way for some people to help me like directly with the project would be through some sort of money incentive where I pay them. It would help me for my CV. Yeah, I guess, but I really don't like that because that can get parasocial very quickly. Separation plus equals minus. You are correct, sir. Thank you. Interesting. So that is the separation counter. Separation is minus separation divided by separation counter. Then we have the previous direction, the new direction, which is the separation times 32. That is times 6. Then we have the D. This is normalize. Oh god. Then we have this right here that goes away. And then we have the move distance from the top. Yeah. Move distance from the top. I will undo a lot of stuff. I just wanna have it exactly like this. All right, move in X, avoid walls. X, tiles, flags, coordinates. Move in Y, assign enemy position, testing, flipping. That is literally just some stupid code here. Look. And then this is, I don't even know what that is. And then we assign the enemy back. That's it. Did I miss something? Move distance is incorrectly defined. You are correct. Sir, thank you. Obviously, the enemy speed has to be multiplied by the params dot delta time. That is a mistake. You can't have delta time times speed first. That is so bad. You need to have speed times delta time. Right? Of course. So now we have everything the same. Hold up. We don't. We do. Here's a minus. You think I didn't see that? You would be wrong. Thank you. You have minus separation. I appreciate that. Yeah. Let's play with 32. And 6 plays. After we are done having the same result on the GPU as we have on the CPU. The moment we have the same result on the GPU happening as on the CPU, that's when we play with these values. If there's any difference now, then the problem is not this code. The problem is somewhere else. It could be get coordinates. Or it could be the grid, but we are not uploading the grid to the GPU. All right, let me save. Still seems to work. It seems like it did rebuild that, hopefully. Let's see. And then we also do build this again and see, is their result still the same? That seems to be the same. Let me quickly check if it actually is the same. By doing init game. I just want to see it happen again. Oh yeah, that looks amazing. Okay, buddy. That is nice. So, now that this works, I will enable the update enemies. I will still chunk the enemies, and then when we get to the main loop, where we draw the render enemies, where we render the enemies, sorry. Here we render the enemies from the GPU. And then we have this update enemies boolean. I can turn that to true. Now it updates the enemies on the GPU, but it doesn't chunk them. Am I uploading the buffer every frame though? I need to copy the chunked enemies every frame. Because I'm copying the enemies back every frame. That makes the game slow, but that also means we can validate the data on the CPU, which is important. Let me see. So this is copying. No, this is creating the buffers. But where's it uploading them? It uploads the SIMD. Here, global data. It uploads global data and then it uploads the tiles from render data to the GPU. Here. And both of these were the same. So I was checking if size off was a mistake, but no, it's not. So here it's uploading upload tiles to GPU. Because we are chunking the enemies on the CPU, then we upload this chunk to the GPU, and then we are just reading from this chunk on the GPU. Essentially. In compute enemies. We are reading these tiles. And then we do the compute bus and stuff like that. Okay, I don't think it'll work, by the way, guys, but let's see. Let's turn off drawing enemies. Why you cosplay as a panda? What you talking about, bro? I think it behaves differently already. They are slower. I guess they're slower because they... Does it behave the same way? We increased the speed on the CPU, that's why it was different, yeah. Bro, that looks correct. It seems similar, yeah. And by the way, this issue right here, I can fix this by checking the collision and then making the enemies slide with a... I can normalize the resulting direction from the tile, or the resulting direction, so that they, yeah. Collisions are too rigid. Well, we'll try again. And I think 60 was the speed, right? Oh, I see it's in shader header, I guess. Let's test 60. Some downwards throbbing. It really looks like there's an error, but I guess it's not. So much spam. They are being pushed downwards a little bit. But I think it's okay. They definitely behave a little differently on the GPU, guys. Not gonna lie. But they are colliding correctly with the terrain. Yeah, they push in at the top. They seem to push in from the top. Yeah, no, they push in from the top. But I'm doing equals. Oh, here's the plus radius. Maybe radius was 0. Hold up. Maybe radius was 0, guys. I think radius was 0. Please. Please, bro. Please behave correctly. Please. The radius was 0. Oh my god. Would you look at that? That is beautiful and sexy. Oh my lord. Did you see that, chat? Who was here? I was here, man. I was here. The enemies are blocked by themselves. Damn, bro. That is crazy. Feels good, man. Amazing. Okay, guys. One more thing. Can we? This is the final touch. We don't chunk enemies. Oh, cool. Hey! We need to reset the chunk.
What is this with this game, man? Fuck you. Hey! No! Please stop! Oh, come on, man. This is so fucking dumb.
Dark Souls is the best game ever, man. Apart from Gothic 1, Dark Souls is the best game ever. Such great game design. Best game ever, guys. Better than Elden Ring. I said it. Elden Ring has better controls and bosses, but Dark Souls 1 has better level design. It's not a mid-tier game, you're wrong. You wouldn't know quality if it hit you in the face, bro. It is so good. So good. It is the best game ever. You know why you don't need teleport in Dark Souls 1? Because the world is so compact and small. Gothic 2, bro. Gothic 2 is better than Gothic 1 only because it has more gameplay features like alchemy and smithing, in my opinion. If Gothic 1 had smithing and alchemy and bow crafting, I would argue that Gothic 1 would be better than Gothic 2 because of the lore and the atmosphere. Bloodborne, never played it. Maybe Bloodborne's better, I don't know. Maybe Bloodborne's better, but for now, for me, the Dark Souls game that's best is 1. Dark Souls 1. We need to ride to the buffer just so we reset the tiles. And so, hold up. In game, we chunk enemies, but the only thing we do is we do this loop and then we do if false. And then we chunk the enemies here and see if that still works. And let me quickly check the chunk enemies code. X times grid size tile. Enemies index +1. Okay, let's see if the chunking system that I wrote on the GPU is also correct. Because I think it's not. Let's see. This is it, guys. This is it. I'm assuming it will not be correct. It is not correct. The enemies behave absolutely differently than what I do on the CPU. So the chunking system I wrote on the GPU is not correct because from multiple threads, I write different chunks, or we need to put a memory barrier in between them. One of the two. So we can now isolate at least the problem there. Can you set the threads to 1? How do I do that? Set the threads to 1. Work group size 64. So do I set the work group size? So that's 64 threads. 2000. And then, in main, I dispatch a work group of 2000. This one, right? Work group XYZ, yeah. No, you're telling me to set it to 1. Bruh. That means 1 work group Wouldn't that be very slow? Incredibly slow? You mean this? I mean, that's bad, right? But let's test. Okay. I don't know if I'm doing it correctly, by the way, because I only seem to have one parameter here. I wonder if they're like, maybe there's more parameters and they all default to 1. Where's the enemies? I don't think that works. So let's try 2000. Not sure. I mean, that's why we test things, right? So we learn. Now we have... That doesn't look good. No, I really don't know. Not sure how to properly chunk these enemies. Not sure how to properly do this, to be honest. Let's play with the constants finally. Let's see if I can do that while the game's running. That would be cool. At least we now know. Man, the game takes a long time to start now because of all those stupid pipelines. All right, so yeah, let's do main, and then we don't chunk the enemies here. We upload the data, and then in the game we turn the if false away. Yeah, so unfortunately, either it is the... No, it has to be that it references the grid or the tiles from too many enemies at the same time, and therefore the data gets corrupt or something. That must happen because I'm writing to the same cell multiple times, and I think that's what's breaking it. So I don't know how I do that correctly yet. We'll have to figure that out. But at least we now know that it works. I'm sorry. And it swarm count. And the cool thing is, guys, I can turn this up to 20,000. I can go to the zoom, set the game camera zoom to 1, and it should still work. And I think I saw a question earlier in chat, how do I resolve the collision? Well, here you can see how I do it. I go through the grid in which the enemies are allocated in, or chunked in, or separated in. Like each enemy is inside its own grid cell, inside its own tile. One enemy is inside one tile. And all of the enemy, and each enemy itself checks the surrounding tiles and the tile that they're in for collisions. So it checks 9 tiles. You know, I could show you that in Obsidian. Maybe you're still here. I feel like that can be helpful. Let's see. Yeah, maybe some of these. So essentially, if an enemy is inside a tile here, then it checks all of these tiles. Like this one, this one, this one. It basically, how about we do this? It checks all of these tiles for collision with other enemies. And when 2 enemies collide with each other, because their distance is closer than the minimum distance, then I push this enemy away by 50% of the length at the moment, and I increase the counter by how many enemies are colliding with this one enemy. So, for example, one enemy could potentially be colliding with 7 other enemies, and then once I have all of these push directions accumulated and the counter too, then I go ahead and divide that by the counter, and use that as the new direction to move in, together with the direction of the tile. And that new direction is then added on top of the previous direction to smooth out the movement a little bit, so there's less jittering. And on top of that, when I move and I collide with a lot of enemies, then I tone down the movement speed a little bit. So if I collide with 7 enemies, then I move a lot less than if I collide with 1 enemy. Or 0 enemies. If that makes sense. How hot is the GPU running, separating all the enemies? So 20,000 enemies, if we were to do this now, should run on like 30 microseconds or something. Damn, that looks cool. Damn, that looks cool. The entire world is full, guys. The world is full. And we could check the GPU timings, but it shouldn't be too much. It goes down in FPS a little bit, it looks like. The animation being synced makes it look like the entire world bobs up and down, yeah. So yeah, that is 20,000 enemies. They don't have enough space to collide. So maybe I need to make the collision a little more compact, so that there's more enemies per tile that can collide with each other. Because right now, I love how they don't push in. That's what I want. And the enemies on outside the grid are overlaying on top of each other because they are outside the grid. Why are they not filling the gaps? Because they're trying to move. They are somewhat.
Dash.
It would be cooler if they tried to use not filled paths. Yeah, I guess. I wonder if there's a way to like somehow make that a reality, but for now I think that the best this could be enough, let's say, for a first version, right? And I think we can tune these values a little bit, like for example, let's see, push direction, neighbor distance, right? Separation distance. Let's say we use 8 instead of 12. That makes it fill a lot more. Filling gaps for sure next iteration. I don't even know how you would do that. Played Sinking Star demo yesterday, 30 FPS on performance on 3050. The tiles need to somehow know that the path is overcrowded. The only way I saw where this could potentially work is if the enemies try to avoid tiles that are overcrowded and then use a different direction. If they are pushing into a tile that is overcrowded, like the fluid simulation that Sebastian was doing. But is that needed here? I don't know. Is that needed? So let's see how fast this runs on the CPU, on the GPU, shall we? Yeah, and I think I can then visualize the map like this. You need to dynamically update the flow field. I will update the flow field. But the flow field based on where the enemies are? Bruh, nah. Let me see. This is really cool to look at, man. I want to look at this a little more, but let's launch this now. I think we can try to change the collision a little bit, where the separation force gets stronger the closer the enemies are, and maybe then this looks a little better. Maybe. Let's see. Main. I don't think this will take a long time to run. This is 20,000 enemies. Let's see. So the dispatch, this is the one we want to look at. No, not save, don't save. So this runs on 200 microseconds for 20,000 enemies. So that is 0.2 ms. I guess it's fine. It's okay. So now we could even up this, but it wouldn't do much. We could increase this to 200,000, but then it would be kind of slow. I think comparatively that would be 2 milliseconds minimum. I think it would be more. Yeah, let me see. It runs on 30 FPS. I wonder why that is, but we'll figure this out. So, like, the enemies get stuck. They can't continue. Let's see. So that is 200,000 enemies. And it runs... It takes 4 milliseconds. It is quite long, but it's not an optimized build. Maybe an optimized build would be a bit faster, but I doubt it. This is the GPU. I don't think you can improve the GPU a lot. And I don't think I do much. Skip dead enemies. There's not much I do here, like comparatively. We could use the... But I don't... Length, but I guess length is not... We don't even use normalize a lot. We don't even normalize. Guys, we don't normalize. Curious to see how it runs on different hardware. Yeah, we'll see that when we do a playtest. Well, like I have my first version. But cool, now we have enemies running on the GPU. Let me make sure that the draw enemies in the renderer. The blend mode. Oh. Hold up. Now I'm confused. Is that how you do normal blending? Is that normal blending? It's black. Hold up, it's black because it's still open here. I need to close it. One sec. Tracy? Just use... Why are you black? Task Manager Performance tab. Okay, good. So, oh my god. Yeah, it runs on 30 FPS. And to me, it also looks like, if I take a look at these enemies, let me zoom in a little bit. This would probably be the maximum zoom of the game, zoom 2. The enemies are not sorted correctly either. We need to sort them properly. Or the dev buffer is not working. Either one. .30 FPS is nice, but not 100% of the time. Yeah, I don't know why it's 30 FPS. The GPU, maybe the GPU is the issue though. It probably is because of debug stuff and other things. But there's definitely more room for improvement, let's say that. Yeah, I will not render stuff that's outside the viewport, yeah. This is just crazy though. So yeah. Okay, that is the expected behavior. I suppose it is. Yeah, we need to fix the layering of those, of course. But that's the next step. Oh, thank God, man. Oh my God. 1 sec, guys. I'll go to the bathroom. Simulation of 200,000 Steam users, yeah. No, the layering should not be correct. That's a couple of enemies. When are they gonna follow the player? Well, the logic is something we have to work on for sure. But it looks like the first thing we have to figure out is the layering. How hard is it to desync the animations? When an enemy spawns, their animation will be randomized. It's not difficult. Cakes cooked flatfill from multiple goals. I think this will behave a lot better when the base and other, let's say, high priority targets exist. Currently the base is in the middle of the map and the enemies just swarm the base. After that, when I have other buildings in place, the buildings will become the priority as well as the player when they are closer. So the moment we have that, this should look a lot differently with other targets. Yeah, this is obviously too much, right? This is too many enemies. And it's also slow. Man, it's cool how it's still like this. Still enemies approaching here. From this. Yeah, they can't get past this because they're stuck. They're stuck at this. It's kind of funny. The map is too small. Yeah. Now I need to see how far I can push the map and the rendering of the map as well. Since the map is static, maybe I need to find a way to easily put that on the GPU and also draw that from the GPU. And then if the player interacts with the tree or something, we'll see, right? We'll have to see how that can be done. Like, since we have to do a lot on the GPU now. But that's what we was talking about, right? And so we'll have to see. I want to minimum double or triple the map. But also I need to make a prototype first, right? So people can test the game. So I need features over size, I guess. Okay, I'll push that. That is fine. Oh, is the game still open? No. That is fine. Using compute shaders. Anyways, I'm happy. I think today turned out a lot better than I thought it would. Not gonna lie, especially with the end, that it actually worked. I wasn't expecting that at all. Very happy about this. Yeah, we need to make the enemies not, you know, sort properly, and then this will look a lot better. This right now looks like a blob. Core gameplay loop is cut tree, build base things, hit skeletons. Core gameplay loop is... Hold up. There you go. Hold up. Spawn in around base, collect materials, mine, build defense, defend your base at night, collect loot, and gold from defeating enemies, repeat. That's the idea. And I use this project to learn GPU instancing or GPU compute shaders. 2D muck, basically. Yeah, kind of 2D muck, yeah. Kingdom, but top down and massive. Yeah. You could perhaps add a bit of random offset to the enemy movement by sampling smooth vector 2 noise. Yeah, or like I'll try the texture thing. I'll try this texture approach. Oh damn, he linked me that too. I didn't even see that. Yeah. So like this is basically pushing all of the enemies in certain directions. That is very well visualized. If we have a flow field like that, should have enemies pile up like this. It doesn't show up anything. This is not a 3D game. I can't do that. No, it was not a rickroll, bro. It was not a rickroll. Anyways, guys. W stream. Finally. We collected a W, my brothers. It took a while. We struggled a lot, but we got a big, fat W today. That is amazing. Woo! W stream. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you had fun. Hope you learned something. Hopefully, Mr. Laurin could teach you a thing or two. You know, I think the most interesting part was the marketing there, especially like for you guys. Probably for me, it was the compute shaders, but still awesome to see. Hope you guys have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much for joining. I'll send you over to Cakez. Are you instancing skeletons by frame? Huh? Maybe. I don't know. See you tomorrow, guys. Tschüss. Tschüss on YouTube too. See you tomorrow.